And if Emma gets out from here, it'll be a lovely, lovely visit to the table and a great start. One good shot away, really. And it does need to be a good shot. Bit of work to do with the cue ball here. Oh, super pot. Little unlucky with the cue ball. Double or a thin cut. Pick your poison. It looks like Emma's going to back her potting. Oh, and jaws off the near jaw. Big moment early. It's a lovely visit to the table from Emma Parker. Just got a little iffy on that 8 ball. And wide's the tricky part. Becky Watkins with a good chance then to go 1-0 in front here in the quarter-final. Mentioned earlier that that needed to go. That really needed to go, and it does. Mentioned earlier there's 3 quarter-finals. We send all our love and support to Louise Maher, as I was saying, who sadly isn't able to play today. Vicky Lomax will receive a bye through to the semis, and then our 3 quarter-finals look like Becky Watkins versus Emma Parker. We will then see Amy Price versus Lauren Proctor, followed by Amy Bechum versus Leanne Cragg. This semi-final here, this quarter-final here rather, is to face Vicky Lomax in the semi-final. Becky Watkins perhaps can exact a little bit of revenge for Becky's Pro Series win 6 weeks ago. Disaster strikes though for Beck Start, and Emma Parker gets a freebie. Becky playing into those reds, and that is a pretty unlucky way to start your morning. Emma Parker mops up and goes 1-0 in front. And with that, time for our formal introductions. Very good morning from myself, Stephen Jameson. Pleasure to have you company this morning live from Leicester. And a particularly good morning to the basher, Mr. Tony Holgate. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Jameson. Yeah, funny old first frame there. Emma Parker looking absolutely fantastic as she was taking out those yellows, then Mr. Black, and then unbelievably Becky gifting the frame back to her. And Emma now breaks in frame 2, gets a ball. Here's one for you, and you probably know anyway. Do you know Emma's middle name?
I do actually.
You do, because we discussed it. Because
I'm surprised you've piled in two-footed with this early.
I'm going to get it in there. Yeah, it's Emma. Emma Parker.
So good, they named her twice.
Absolutely.
For yes. Emma Parker, see JJ Okocha.
Eric Jemba. Manchester United legend right there. But yeah, apparently say it's the female thing in, a female tradition within the family. So I believe mum is Louise. This is what I've been told by Amy Bechum, we can blame, and Emma herself. Said I'm going to come clean because too many people know. Megan knows, and they're all telling everybody. So she goes, here you are, have that.
It is worth pointing out that, we love Emma Parker here at Ultimate Pool. Such a great player and a lovely person off the table as well. But that is objectively very funny.
Indeed. But I'll tell you what, Emma Parker here has got a great chance to go 2-0 up.
just falls in. It's a really good shot. Emma's looked really sharp this morning.
Well, she's keeping her head completely still as well when she's striking the ball. And she's not hitting anything hard. She's playing the table perfectly with the weight of everything. It's all quite sort of delicate, but she really is playing superb. Apart from that Miss Black, but you can forgive her that one. But this one's a bit too delicate.
Yeah, and a sloppy one really from Emma. There's no excuse really to be long on that one. Just overhit it. So a shot required. This is thin. Oh,
that's a fabulous part. It really, really is. And this is tough now.
This is about as tough a black ball as you can have, isn't it? Cueing across the cushion like this.
Got to take
length of the table.
The cut's the easiest shot, but the cue ball's going to be heading towards that top left, so it's got to be at the long into the top right for Emma.
Oh, now then, no. It was tough.
Just threw her arm at that one a little bit. You can see a bit of shoulder going into that one. I thought if she just cued it like she's cued all those other yellows quite softly, I think she probably knocked it in. But she's going to get another go. Becky Watkins leaves the cue ball sat right in the middle of that gap of those reds. And Becky Watkins and Emma Parker have had a day off yesterday. But Emma was here for most of the day watching friends play. That's not going to go in. Let's see, Becky, she obviously thought, I'll stay away from the pool club. Have a complete refresh and reset.
Becky taking her time. To just make sure, really. Hasn't quite settled yet. It's nicely played. Oh, no, she's fine. Thought she was going to be queuing off the rail then for a second, just to make it a little tricky, but she's absolutely okay here.
I'd rather see a player hit them positive like that. You know, we've got Amy Price. She likes to hit the ball quite firmly. Chloe Smithies, another one. Chloe actually goes a little bit further than that, but...
Oh, Bex.
Oh, no, I was about to say, when you strike the ball firmly, it's a sign of confidence. But that wasn't.
I don't think she needed to play that anywhere near that sort of pace, though, because it can go two ways, right?
That's nervy.
Yeah, you can cue the ball with confidence to strike through it, and sometimes if you're a bit nervous, that can sort of help, just because it's right. You can sort of eliminate the wobble by just striking purely.
This is where, when some players with a cue action, bring in a pause. So you pull the cue back and then stop. Look at where you're aiming. There's no stop.
That's quick.
So you pull the cue back, let your eyes adjust from the cue ball to the object ball to see where you're striking, then release, keep your head down and straight through the ball. That was all one motion.
Yeah, it really was. That was the definition of what they call in the game a quick one. Right, now we've got the Ultimate Pool Series coming up in a couple of weeks' time. Really excited for that one. These two will both be gunning for Women's Pro Series Golds. And Becky, to compound that error, scratches straight in off. And it's worth pointing out, in the 2 frames so far, Emma's played really, really nicely. She's done like 90% of the work beautifully.
Missed 2 blacks at the end of the finishes.
Yeah.
But
actually her work up until that point has been really, really good, because they've been actually quite tricky finishes and she's had to be really precise with the cue ball and just let it fray at the end a little bit for the 8 balls.
Emma could be 2-0 down, really. In actual fact, Becky's then come to the table and made some big errors when she's got in.
Well, that's the thing. Becky's had 2 massive chances because she's come to the table twice with no traffic, and those are finishes that you should always take, especially a player of Becky's level. She's the Ultimate Pool Women's Pro Series #1, and we often say Becky's real X factor is she's so solid and consistent. She always gets the frames that you feel like she should win, and that's what she's been doing for the last 8-10 months almost. You know, Becky Watkins ordinarily would be 2-0 up here, no questions asked, and all of a sudden Emma's under pressure. But actually, Emma's been let off for a couple of mistakes and can keep playing with confidence, not feel like she's got to force anything, hence playing safe there. Get the colour set, go to work.
The thing is, it's very hard to get to #1, but it's harder to stay there.
The referee Dean Winter, I can tell you, is just looking at that shot there. Looks like yellow first, I think, to me, that. And I think that's his call on the ground as well, and I think that's fair enough.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Yeah, ball in hand called, and Becky Watkins will go from here. Becky Watkins, at the third time of asking here, should get herself her first frame on the board. Oh, it's a tester. He's a missable. We saw that in frame one. And when you're 2-0 down and you've made mistakes, and you should be 2-0 up really, these 8 balls are even tougher.
Yeah, early in the match, but big for Becky Watkins, and in it goes, and she'll be
Big shot.
mighty relieved to get off the mark. It's, you know, when you're playing a player the quality of Emma Parker, to go 3-0 down in this quarterfinal would be an awful mountain to have to climb to get back into the match, and it's very important that was for Becky to get on the board. 2-1, right back in it now. Also sends a message to Emma, you know, I'm not going to just lay down and let you trample all over me.
Yeah, completely. And you can almost see there the way that Becky's kind of sat and interacting with a couple of people behind her. You can sort of see the weight lift a little bit off her shoulders. Relieve a little bit of tension. She's in the match now. She can just do her stuff. Emma Parker has played well. It's going to be dry, and isn't it amazing how often that happens after a bit of a mistake? That tough to call that foul really in the last frame a mistake, but I suppose it has to be really. And 2-1, I'd say, fair score. And this isn't a bad leave either. The only question is, can you pot a red? I don't think she can. I think she's going to look to play a loss of turn here. Well, doesn't make it. And I definitely think Emma Parker wants to be able to pot a red now, and she can. And red down the rail won't scare her too much either. Excellent first pot. Didn't want to pot both. It leaves options available for her. I wonder if she could, if she's feeling confident, she could play, yeah she is, onto that red on the side rail now. Yeah, how good is that?
Yeah, she had to play that then because she had a perfect angle, and what she had to do, execute the shot with the correct weight, and that is exactly what Emma has done. Just run this in now into the top right, leave yourself on the red into the centre.
Well, she's ball in hand perfect really, and that's the impressive thing about that shot.
Fairly straight on this one in the centre, so she doesn't have to contact that yellow going past to get onto the last red. She's played that beautifully. Just the softness of the strike.
She started really strongly, and I've been really impressed.
She's in the zone. She really is. She doesn't look rushed. Do you know what? I didn't see that red at the top of the table. I swear to God. Where did that come from? Did Becky just get out of her seat and put that there? So I'm thinking, yeah, get straight on that and come past there and get on the red in the corner. Temporary blindness set in.
I do think she wanted to be further across than this, but I don't think it's going to cause her a huge amount of issues. Tried to play through that yellow. Well, it did cause her a huge amount of issues in the end.
She tried to just stun past it, and she decelerated slightly into that shot. You can just see it in the arm. So she's so used to playing everything so softly, that one needed a bit more pump into it. So Becky Watkins is going to get to the table now.
Yeah, and the 8-ball's gone really safe as well if you're on yellows. And Parker, so far, my kind of review after the first 3.5 frames of action, she's playing beautifully, but needs to be a little bit more clinical at the end of visits.
She's falling over just at the end of the finishes.
Yeah.
2 blacks, that one there. Becky's failed to take advantage twice. Got one now, and you feel that if Becky can take this one, it's going to give her a lot of heart. Because if she gets this and makes it 2-2, Emma's going to be sat there thinking, I should be 3-1 up at least. And that's when the game can start eating away at you.
Are you a touch surprised if she's going to get rid of these two? It looks like she's going to get rid of these 2 yellows now, because to me you maybe want to consider them maybe being towards the end of the visit with the 8-ball. Is she going to try and bump the 8-ball with this? Or is she playing safe?
I think she's playing safe. That's what Becky does. She'll look at it and weigh up the percentage and think, do you know what, I'm only sort of 60-40. That's not enough to warrant going, so I will pull back.
No extra prizes, of course, for winning in one visit. Grazed that red, it felt like, on the way past. Not missed by much. Becky gets cue ball in hand, and she'll definitely go now. I mean, these are almost like a lineup, apart from the 8-ball, but you can get right behind it. Or bump it out if you want.
It gets it into open play a little bit more.
For me, I think with the way the rails play, I think I'd have left that alone. With that yellow there, you can literally sit directly behind it and just roll it down the rail.
There's a case for taking that bottom yellow first, and you have the other 4 and the black all in the same little quadrant of the table. So you're not moving the white, and you could have picked another ball to move that black if you so wished.
Yeah, and I'd weirdly say I think the 8-ball's in a more difficult position now for the corner pocket than it was if you're right behind it just going up the rail. It's a straight pot.
She got perfect on this though. Give her a due to get down there, because that could have easily, if you land tight to that bottom rail, all of a sudden you're reaching.
Yeah, played a good shot there, did Becky.
So nice little angle here. Now she can choose. She can either just sort of screw this in, come up the right hand side, or she could just follow through with the cue ball off the left hand rail and behind the yellow ball into the middle bag. And I think she's choosing the latter. Now it wants to be fairly straight and she's not, so because she moved that 8-ball off the rail a slight amount, it will go into that right hand middle now. So she'll just roll this in, sit the cue ball if she can on the bolt line, so she can play the black into the middle.
Yeah, nicely played.
Well, if you'd have put it there, you put it there with your hand, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Really nicely worked out from Becky. Didn't necessarily agree with the first shot, but in the end she picked a pattern, and there's multiple ways to skin a cat, and the key thing was the pattern she picked, she was 100% accurate on.
I'll tell you what, JMO, we've got a game.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh god, yeah. We've got a great game on our hands. I thought that before the morning started. I thought that after the first 2 frames. I think that even more after the last 2 frames. Both players here to play.
Becky Watkins will have now erased the memory of the opening couple of frames where, by her standards, she made a couple of howlers, but she's dragged herself back, as you'd expect, back on the horse, and ready to go into battle. She just Throws her arms up in the air a bit there because she's had a really good break, made a couple of balls, but I think she's not happy that she can't see a yellow. So she's going to have to take the reds. And when you look at the yellows, they are absolutely plumb. So bemoaning her luck a little. She puts the red. The reds aren't bad. Let's be totally honest. I think you'd be quite happy with these anyway, but it's just probably because the yellows are so easily available that she really wanted them. Not come far enough. Now then, only one real shot here is red ball onto the yellow bottom left. Make the attempt to try and get it to go in behind and play the skill shot, but try and play it in a way obviously that if it doesn't go in, the red doesn't come away from the pocket, it actually stays there and blocks. But I feel that she's got to at least attempt it. I mean, there's no value going anywhere else. So here we go, this is a huge shot. To get the ball to follow in behind, you don't have to play it at that pace. It's like it's a soft stun, and you've got more chance of getting the second ball to go behind at that slower pace. So it's a loss of turn now, but the reds come out of that pocket area. Oh dear. So Emma Parker come a bit too far. Down, check it, see if the yellow goes past the black in the bottom left. I don't believe it does. So is Becky Watkins going to get another go at these reds?
Yes. And it's not a bad leave from Emma. I don't think she's left Becky anything particularly easy. But I'll tell you what, I certainly reckon that this frame is a very, very big one for Emma in particular. Good start, 2-0 despite a couple of mistakes, but she's had a decent chance in all 4 frames, and despite the fact that I feel like she's playing really well, she's gone from 2-0 up to 2-2. Becky's sort of building up a little bit of momentum, and she's in a bit of bother.
Yeah, I get that. I'm just looking there to see if she left Emma a chance to get this, because she doesn't have to get the potting edge, because that yellow will go off the red in the middle.
I think she has. Oh, that's a bad shot from Becky if that's the case. No, just had the thin edge, so tried to take it up to the top.
Shouldn't have been leaving her any sight of it.
No, true.
To be fair. But I get what you're saying with Emma. She went 2-0 up, looking very good, but then she did miss 2 blacks. Becky started badly, but the thing with Becky is she's got that fighting quality with knowing when to play safe and when not to play safe. And that might be the thing that separates the two of them at the end of this match. Well, she's going to bump this one into the bottom right, try and flick the red off the rail and over to the middle bag net. When she plays this, she's going to have to get on that ball, because if she doesn't, she's not going to be able to see the other red, because the black's going to be in the way. And I'm not sure that's great. Yes, it will cut in, but my word, that's thin. No double there either. I think she flicks this out, cue ball off the side rail into the bottom round, try and get behind her red that's near the bottom left corner. Even if she doesn't get a full snooker, she's going to leave a very hard shot for Emma Parker. That's not a good shot. She's just left a double now with the yellow that's near the black. Emma gets that double, she's up.
She might have also, yeah, I don't rate that shot at all.
I'd have been inclined to take the double then because it looks fairly straight.
And she's actually come back too far. She wanted to be on, but low on the final yellow nearest the 8 ball, and she's probably playing that relatively straight shot into the corner and thinks, I can't really play this too hard, and yet she has. She's got enough angle. Can she swing this around? 1, 2, 3. She could, but when you do it that hard, you risk missing the pot.
You can play that same shot as a screw shot. Right, when you play with bottom on the cue ball into a middle bag, the ball is more likely to go and stay in the pocket than if you smash it with topspin, because you get a bounce into the ball when you hit topspin.
Almost like striking a sweet half volley. She has had a little bit of fortune with the leave once again. Becky plays safe, probably the right shot, but it's not exactly a difficult hit for Emma. Depending on where she leaves this cue ball, there is hiding places.
You're going to be lucky to find a hiding place. I did in that top corner.
Yeah.
Well,
I must say, not to be wise after the event, but I thought that was on, because that was the only...
You've been wise after the event, J-Mo, I'm sorry.
Because I did say there was hiding places, and that was a natural sort of angle to go up to the top of the table from the side of the yellow. She was really easy to see, or to hit rather, not see. All right then, Emma Parker.
Just looking at angle, I don't think that doubles. I think the red might be just in the way of it tracking. Treble, no. But the bottom yellow might double. Or certainly will go past the one above it.
Chess match for frame this, and
yeah,
it's
it's
got
a funny old frame, isn't it?
massive implications as well.
That's not in.
This frame isn't over yet though.
No, it would have been if the cue ball say on the black spot now. It's simple, but because it's low.
Yeah, I don't.
If you cut the red in at the bottom, you clatter it into the black ball. You play this now. Then, if she's cutting this in the middle, you're coming down that line. You're coming probably into the 8 ball. No, she slipped the yellow.
I thought that yellow played big, you know. She wants a bounce. She's not got one. A nod of acceptance from Becky,
yeah.
And that's the sort of thing that I don't think you really want. If you're a Becky Watkins fan, you don't want to see that. A bit of frustration building.
Yeah, it's the nod sort of say, yeah, of course you're going to land there.
I think Emma's got the thin edge of this yellow, and if she does, she can again sort of leave that cue ball in the safe space.
Oh, it's safe
top
now.
left.
100% you play it safe here.
It's obviously a risk because you can go and hit that red, but if she gets cue ball in hand, she'll win the frame.
Way the longest frame of this match, this first quarter-final.
It's a nice shot. It was important that she put that yellow somewhere that was quite pottable.
Well, the yellow's in the way as well, coming straight across to try and pot the red.
I think that was part of the thinking. That's exactly why she's left the cue ball there.
Could come round the 2 because she's got top and side and back down and get that potting angle that way. This is going to go bottom cushion and not go anywhere.
Well, that's nowhere near.
Apart from into Emma's hand. And after all that, the player you'd expect, or you'd say is the better safety player of the 2, has lost the safety battle. And that's perfect. So Emma Parker to go 3-2 in front.
Yeah, I sort of mentioned that this was a massive frame, in particular for Emma, having been 2-0 up. And it is going to prove that way as we head into the 15-second shot clock zone, christened the Fun House by Liam White on Monday Night Pool. Emma Parker is the one having fun in frame 5. It's 3-2. That was a biggie of a frame. And you just saw a couple of glimpses there of frustration in the corner of Becky Watkins. And
well, she's lost the safety battle. You back her to win those little jewels around the table because, you know, she will initiate them. And
yeah,
to get beat on that by Emma, who Emma's like, you know, her game is attack. Also had that very good positional play with the cue ball, but not the safety play that Becky has.
But I think whilst that's correct, I think she wasn't beaten by Emma Parker, if that makes sense. I think Becky almost beat herself. There's a couple of shots there where she just needed to play a better cue ball, and she wins the frame. But
then the one decisive shot that Emma did play won her the frame.
Yes. She shouldn't have had to play that shot though, Tony. Don't let's fall out. We've got a long Sunday ahead of us.
There's a very steep spiral staircase not very far from you, sir.
Back me to flee quicker down it than you can catch me.
Well, probably, yeah. But don't forget, you've got to get past me first. I'm in the way. And also, Steve Robertshaw's in the way as well, because he's not very far from us.
I've heard he's a pretty decent bouncer, as Fez.
I think see for security between you and I.
So play safe to kick us off in frame 6. We're into the 15-second shot clock, as you can see by any one of those 3 massive tellies in the arena, just in case you weren't sure.
That was dangerous, you know, playing that.
Was.
You can play that wrong and not the black in.
And we're looking at yellows then.
They're there.
And these are the sorts of finishes, go back to frame 1, frame 2, that Emma took out really, really nicely until she just got a little lost on her final 1 or 2 balls.
Well, it was the black. She missed the black twice.
Just needs to keep that concentration for every single shot, and she'll get these the way she's playing today.
If you can play that plant into the middle very gently, run the cue ball through a little bit, get onto the yellow that's nearest the bottom right hand corner, drop that in. The other 2 yellows there, you've got one beneath it that goes into the left hand centre. That's too hard. I know it's easy to try and say you can't go much gentler than that. You can, and she has been doing it. She's been just getting the balls just to the pocket. And there's no way it goes past that red. The Winter, our referee, has a little look. So that's going to have to be moved.
She's got an angle.
Problem with that is you're going into the red first, so you've got to punch this. You've got to bring that yellow out enough that it will go into the middle.
Does she have a shot? Don't think it slides by for a double. What she got for us here? Oh, red first, so not much.
Well, she also thought she could just ease past that red.
To be fair, I think if she did drop that yellow right over that centre pocket, it would have caused Becky some issues. So many of her reds around that area. But yeah, she wasn't exactly the goal when she first came to the table, and Becky Watkins here, with cue ball in hand, can get rid of her most difficult ball.
Under some pressure now, Becky.
And they both are. 7 minutes left.
If they're both under pressure, I'd rather be the one that's 1 in front.
I'd rather be the one that's at the table.
You spent enough of the time at the table last night, didn't you, eating curries?
Look, all I can say is when the grub is as good as it is at the Q Club, I will be there.
He was certainly in attendance last night, but yeah, the food is wonderful.
Man's got to eat.
Ooh.
Good shot from Becky.
Yeah, just the weight of that was hoping it go into the pocket. So is Becky Watkins going to make it 3 each here at the Q Club in South Wigston, Leicester? Perfect.
Yeah, that's absolutely ball in hand perfect from Becky. Big visit to the table this, and she's taken these out very, very well.
Yep, showing her mettle now, Becky Watkins. Yeah, a little look to the scoreboard. That 2 will become a 3, and we are level. 5 minutes 40 on the clock.
A reminder of what we've got coming up for you next week, live on the Ultimate Pool channel here on YouTube, but only available to our Ultimate Live members. You are going to want to subscribe, trust me. Last Man Standing, one of the events of the year. All 5 of those gentlemen will be in action. They are this year's hitmen. Tom Cousins, Chris Melling, Declan Brennan, Craig Waddingham. Last year's champion Phil Harrison. 27 other players are in the mix. 2 players start, winner stays on, only one can be the last man standing. So many fun games, permutations, daft ideas coming to the fore next week here at the Q Club. You don't want to miss it. If you're anywhere local, get yourself down. It will be an amazing atmosphere. But if you're not, best seat in the house is with our Ultimate Pool Live membership here on YouTube. Becky Watkins kicks us off then in frame number 7. She's got a ball, she's got a chance, and it will be reds. That's a nice flick. Only question I asked Tony is if she was already reds. I think she'd have wanted to take the red she was nearest to left middle. I can understand why she didn't. It was a big shot. But it is as a great player once said to me, the right shot is always the right shot. It doesn't matter when.
That'll be Declan Brennan.
Yeah, it was indeed.
It's one of his favourite quotes. Chris Melling, his favourite is, if it's a race to 8, only want 8 chances, even if he misses 6 of them.
Can play into the red now though. Plays into the yellow. That's not ideal. That's not ideal.
Not today with that one. Now then, Emma Parker. We're going to see some drama unfolding very shortly now as we go into the last 4 minutes. The yellows are there for Emma Parker to get 4-3 in front. Just want to get a nice angle on that one that's right in the middle of the table, stuck to the red, just to drop onto the one at the top of the table.
Yeah, and not to add any complications, but in an ideal world, you'd want Emma Parker to take her time as much as possible on this visit. Chew through that clock while you're getting through it. It is so much easier said than done, though, in this environment on a 15-second shot clock.
Okay, you're playing the one on the rail now, so you can cut this one up the rail, but you've got to play to get on the one just above the bolt line.
Here's a big shot coming up.
Like pinch this with a bit of left-hand side as well, just to narrow the angle. She's going to leave herself too thin a cut on the one at the top. Weight's wrong.
Overcut it as well, which helped run the cue ball. Becky Watkins can't be on that red straight away. That is really Emma Parker's life raft in this frame, because that red needs landing on.
I mean, whoever wins this frame, and we're going to assume that it's going to be done inside 2.5 minutes, has effectively got 1 foot in the semi-final, because you ain't going to have any time to get back in this.
Oh, she played into it, but missed the pot. Drama. And Emma Parker has a wonderful chance to take the lead inside 2 minutes.
Yeah, take the lead, and I'll tell you what, take the match.
Oh, I don't know if she needed to bump that, you know.
I thought she could pull past it. But it's just one straight shot. You've only just got to drop this into this bottom right-hand corner. Maybe stop the cue ball dead. If it's in, it's match ball. It's match ball.
If you needed a player to make a shot like that, Emma Parker would be near the top of your list. Excellent shot. And this 8-ball for a 4-3 lead with about 90 seconds remaining. It's not all over for Becky Watkins, but this is Emma Parker putting 1 foot in the last 4.
A huge sigh of relief there for Emma. It must be like an incredible feeling to be sat there 4-3 up in a quarter-final against the number 1, looking at that clock thinking, there's only 1 minute and 26 seconds left and I'm in the semi.
I'll just go back, if I may, Tony, to the start of that frame where Becky chose not to play that tricky red to left middle, and twice in that frame that was her Achilles heel.
No, I'll give you that, J-Mo. I like that. But yes, you're absolutely right.
And I think Becky, the thing is, the reason why I bring it up is I think Becky was playing well enough to get it. I think you've got to back yourself to make that.
She just looked probably the most confident she's been in the match, the frame before.
And if you're going to miss in a frame at any point, especially in a crucial one, miss early.
Ball off this break seals the deal. She's not going to go. Yes, she is. She's going to get 2.
That'll do it.
Extension, please, and all of that.
Oh, she can make some balls here. If she wanted to run out, ironically, in 1 minute and 14 seconds,
well,
she could probably give it a decent go.
She's called the extension. Yeah, that's right.
It's a good layout, this. But Emma Parker essentially gets a victory lap. She will be the second player into the semi-final. She'll take on Vicky Lomax later on, late afternoon here in Leicester, and that will be such a sweet feeling for Emma Parker, who's run aground against Becky Watkins in the British Open and the last Women's Pro Series as well.
Every time she glances at that clock, must be a great feeling inside to know there's absolutely no chance your opponent is coming back. Becky will look back at some early chances, but Emma Parker has done the business today. And it's not going to matter with these 2 last balls.
Emma Parker shakes the hand of Becky Watkins. She has finally got the job done over the Women's Pro Series number 1, and she goes to the semi-final. Vicky Lomax stands in her way, and she will fancy herself to complete the job, especially if she plays like that through the rest of today here. That was a really strong performance from Emma Parker, deserved winner, and she goes through to the last 4. 2 more quarterfinals to come for you this afternoon as we tick over midday here at the Q Club. Got Lauren Proctor versus Amy Price coming up next. Amy Bechum versus Leanne Cragg to follow. See who'll join Emma in the semi-final. Stay with us.
Introducing the all-new Ultimate Pool Pro 15 pool balls powered by Dynaspheres. The official ball set for all Ultimate Pool tournaments. Unmatched consistency and precision with perfect roll technology. Developed with the best players in the world to elevate their game and your game. Available exclusively in the UK at ultimatepoolshop.com or from your authorised Dynaspheres retailer.
Hi, I'm at work right now, but I've just found out my heating's gone. Any chance you can come over and help?
Consider it done.
Here we go then, folks. It's our second quarter-final live on the table. Amy Price against Lauren Proctor for a spot in the last four to face either Amy Bechum or Leanne Cragg. It's Amy Price to break off, and she commits the cardinal sin right off the rip. Straight into the centre pocket. It's going to give first opportunity here, cue ball in hand for young Lauren Proctor, who will try and make herself 1-0 in front in not too long a time. Stephen Jameson, Tony Holgate still here with you. We're just discussing this quarter-final off-air, Tony. I think I'm right in saying that we both rate these two really young players who are sort of quite near the beginning of their pool journeys, if you like. We both rate them really quite highly. I don't think either of them will be completely delighted with how they've played this weekend, but I think they'll be really pleased with the results they've managed to get despite that. And hopefully they can take a little bit of confidence coming into this, knowing that they've still got loads more in the tank to try and produce a performance that is worthy of an Ultimate Pool semi-final.
You see, the difference with this event here that we've had at the Q Club for the Women's Pro Cups, for the likes of Lauren, Amy and one or two others, is all their matches are on TV. Most of the time they'll play a couple, you know, 2 or 3 on the sides, then come out on here if they've drawn a big seed, etc. And then, you know, it's one of our cherry-picked matches for the television. But this Women's Pro Cup, every match is live, which is great because it's giving you the experience and easing you into it, so you get to be familiar with it. But it also, if you get that thing in the back of your mind where you think, all my friends were watching this at home and I don't want to miss this and look a fool, and all that starts creeping in your mind. It's got nothing to do with how good a pool player you are. It's just human nature, and it'll tighten your arm up. But you've got to start somewhere. So, and like you say, both of these players brilliant. Lauren Proctor and Amy Price, superb rising stars in the game. They're the ones that are just sort of slightly behind the likes of Emma Parker. Emma's in that first chasing pack, if you like, with the likes of Casey Ace. Casey ran for Norrie, Savannah Lowe. You know, there's 4 or 5 in that sort of group that are chasing the big guns. But it is it's fascinating to see as they unfold and sort of climb the ladder in their journeys as pool players. Nothing much else Lauren could do there. So Amy Price inspecting the table and seeing if she can do some damage from this position, but again, it's not ideal. Well, I think she's just given Lauren half a chance here. When she cued down on that, Amy, I thought she was going to play the cue ball down into the bottom of the table, try and get behind the red, but she's left Lauren Proctor in amongst the yellows, and this is a good chance. Nice flick on that red as well. Lauren just checking that she can get to that one over the left-hand middle, and if she can, this is over. Drop this one in the middle. It's 3 yellows in 3 middle pockets, well, 2 middle pockets, but obviously 3 times. Black in the corner. And if Lauren Proctor had any early nerves, which I'm sure she probably does, this won't half help settle them.
Yeah, and she even had room to play a slightly loose shot in her first visit to the table as well. But it's been confidence ever since from Lauren Proctor, who starts the quarter as she means to go on and leads by a frame to nil.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake there from Amy to leave Lauren so close to those yellows. Fair play to Lauren. Took full advantage. Certainly looking a bit more confident today. So 1-0 Lauren Proctor in this race to 7 quarter-final. Always has a very concentrated look about her. Amy probably pondering, thinking, why didn't I play the cue ball down the table, not leave her next to those yellows.
Frame 2. Lauren Proctor to break, leading 1 frame to nil.
Price has taken these yellows out really nicely so far. One good shot away, really, from completing the job. Oh, she played that well. I tell you what, I think it's the best thing that could have happened to both of these players was one of them starting really well in frame one. Because I think that will lift Amy up as well. And hopefully we get a really good match. What we saw a little bit yesterday was some edgy stuff where it was almost catchy and contagious. Whereas actually playing well can also be like that, because you see on the other side of the table, crikey, they're playing well. I've got to lift it. I've got to really go.
Yeah, yeah. But you tend to see,
brilliant,
and not just in this sport. In a lot of individual sports where it's one against one, they tend to mimic each other's play.
Yeah, it's a
So
subconscious
playing
thing.
rubbish at darts and they're scoring 41s and 45, and then you see the next player come up and score 26, and they think, oh, why can't I just take advantage now because he's playing rubbish and I can't.
It's completely subconscious.
Yeah.
You know, your subconscious tells you, okay, I don't have to be as good. You might be trying to consciously tell yourself, no, stay to your level, keep playing well. But your subconscious is telling you, oh, they're not playing well today, I don't need to be at 100%.
No. And like you say, the other one starts well, you think, well, I've got to play well, so I'm going home straight away.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a good start for this match. But we always thought that we're in the quarterfinals. Yesterday was edgy day. Today is wedgie day. That's where you get paid. The wedge.
3. Ladies down to 3. 1 frame.
I'll give you a wedgie at this rate.
I know,
Idiot.
I felt myself saying it as well, and I thought I just couldn't stop. Playground humour once again. Anyway, Lauren Proctor at the table. 1 each here with Amy Price. Both have started very well. Very textbook stance and cue action that Lauren possesses. A bit of Volker queuing over the top of Blackpool. A little bit unlucky there because she's come into that, she played the pot well, but come and bump that other red onto the rail. He doesn't have an awful lot to go at, so I think Lauren will just opt to play at safety, try and get the keyboard behind those two reds. And once again, there's nothing really else Lauren Proctor could do in that situation. Well, Amy's come out of that snooker. Yep, it's a fine hit and all of that, but she has left an angle on this red. And if Lauren wanted to be bold and aggressive, cut this in and clatter into those 4 balls, or just one of them, because that's enough to open them up. And Lauren Proctor can have a good look here at these reds. Nicely done there, very nice shot from Lauren. Much like Emma Parker just earlier, looks very composed, just assured, completely different from the player that played yesterday, because she looked
I was
really
about to
edgy.
say, it is like watching it's like a different person is out there. The real Lauren Proctor has stood up.
Yeah, we said yesterday they're both fantastic players. The girls are out there, but just they're not bad players. They were good players playing badly. Well, this is a good player playing well.
Terrific from Lauren Proctor. Some start this. Both players have showed up in a big way. Great standard so far. 34.5 minutes left. Lauren Proctor leads by 2 frames to 1.
And what a difference a day makes. Amy Price, all she did was come out of that snooker. That's all she could do. Left one glimmer of a chance for Lauren Proctor, and that's twice in a row now that Lauren's taken that chance that Amy's offered. So a very good match unfolding before our eyes at this moment in time.
Frame 4.
Just a reminder, Emma Parker is already through to the semi-final. She will face Becky Lomax. The winner of this obviously will go into the semi. And they will face the winner of Amy Bechum and Lee Ann Cragg. Both our semis and finals will be this evening from, I believe, 5 o'clock. We've got the remainder of this match and that last quarter-final to come straight after. So plenty of pool yet this afternoon. Well, Lauren just hung the red there, but it's not a bad leave. We're going to try and play a loss of turn here. Flicked off her yellow, knocking in Lauren's Proctor. The reason to do that is just to leave less balls that Lauren can use to get on this. I'm not going to say a troublesome 3 reds on the left-hand side of the table, but they are, you know, they've got to be moved. Might elect to take a long red down into the bottom left here, Lauren. If she can push the cue ball forward, she can rub into the 2 reds below the yellow. Just a little quick on that shot, I feel. And I did wonder if Amy would go up the top and play that loss of turn. She thought about attacking her initially. So Lauren only really one red to go out, and it's long and it's into the bottom left. Maybe didn't have all the potting over that. Cue ball travelling a little bit, but it's okay.
Yeah, but all the hard work's done, really. I've been so impressed with both of these young ladies to start off this quarter-final. It's for 2-2 for Amy Price. And since that mistake in frame 1, we'll go 2 for 2. Oh, wow.
That's the first one we've seen at the end of a frame. The first 3 have all been clinically taken by Lauren and Amy. Is that the first blink? Oh, no it's not. So one bad shot from Amy was followed by one from Lauren, and Amy's going to nick the frame in the end. We are 2-all.
Frame.
Oh, that's a let-off. That is a let-off. It wasn't a guarantee for Lauren, even though there was just 3 reds in the 8 ball remaining. Her main pocket for those 3 reds is probably the one that the 8 ball was covering. So it wasn't absolutely guaranteed. She'll be so disappointed to miss that ball. Not at least give herself a chance of nicking that one and taking a 2-frame lead.
Amy Price to break. 2 frames all. Yellow ball's in play.
Yellow there from Lauren. Still was never going to be easy with the yellow that's on the right hand side. Amy Price opting to hand the table back to Lauren. In the very opening frame, this plan backfired on Amy when she let Lauren come back and have a go at the balls, and she got them. She's going to have another go here, but this time not going to reap any reward.
This a really good opportunity for Amy Price to head 3-2 in front. After a really, really fast start from both players. A couple of errors just creeping in. Looks to be the other side of that yellow. Oh, she got away with it. If she's on this red straight to bottom left, she'll be happy enough. I don't think that's bad. Yeah, that's nice. It's a nice flick for Amy, that. Well, she's missed it, has she? Yeah.
That is a hanger. All day long. So,
yeah, surprised at that. That was a good opportunity, it felt like. Once she got that little flick, she was actually in perfect position, really.
Sneaky little chance now for Lauren Proctor to pinch this from under the nose of Amy Price. Yellow's in. How's the position? Ooh. Well, Lauren, what are you going to do? Double is the only shot, but is it going to be the corner or is it going to be the middle? The middle's very, very thin. The cue ball is going to be doing a lot of travelling, but that's what Lauren's going to attempt. Gets the double. How's the black going to be? Oh, well, I'll tell you what, you've got to go. This is all day long, off the top rail. You sort of pinch the cue ball with right hand side, so you dig down. So it's like a very gentle swerve. All you do is you swerve the cue ball, so when it gets to about 4 inches past the black ball, it's just got spin on it, but not too much, and then come off that top rail and then hit it. This is way harder because it can go straight into the knuckle. You've got to cut this. Oh, she doesn't care.
Nailed it. Big, big victory that in frame 5 for Lauren Proctor.
I think that's a harder shot than the spin. You ask all the, if you'd have saw Cole Bedford, Tom, any of them, they would have gone off that top rail 100%. But that's a brave shot, because that, especially with the slide you can get, obviously on a new table. Not only that, if you hit that middle of the black ball, it comes off the jaw and back out. So that's a brilliant shot from Lauren.
Fantastic from Lauren Proctor. She goes 3-2 in front in the quarter-final.
Frame 6. Lauren Proctor to break, leading 3 frames to 2.
Well, unfortunately for Lauren, she follows up with a good break but goes in off it, and hands a very good opportunity for Amy Price to fire straight back, and that 3-2 lead for Lauren Proctor could be very short-lived. Reds look the easiest, but doesn't have to take reds. Yellows are not bad at all. But Amy's made her mind up, and it is reds that she has selected. Has that yellow now become an obstruction for Amy to stop potting the red in the middle? If it has, she might have to play the red off the 2 yellows and into the middle. No, she could still cut it, but she snookered herself. Ouch. Double ouch, because it's not very easy to get out of. She's going to have to come onto the left-hand rail through the gap of those 2 yellows. She'll want to go onto the bottom rail and then clip it on the way out, the red. There, that's where she's looking, because she really wants to pot this. And too low into the bottom rail, so it's ball in hand now, Lauren Proctor. And what a chance for young Lauren to get some breathing space here and get 4-2 in front. Gets rid of her most awkward yellow. I'd be surprised if she goes up for those top 2 from here. I think she could be better placed. Thing is here, she's awkward queuing over that red, and even if you want to go and get rid of the top 2 early, I'd take the yellow near the black and go up and get rid of them now, leaving Angle to come back down for the last 2. Well, missed the yellow. Putting a bit of side on the cue ball then. I think she got down to play that, decided she needed side to move the cue ball across, and didn't get up and readjust and come back down again. So if you do that, you suddenly change, you will throw the cue ball. Amy misses the double, and that would have been frame if it had gone in. So these 2 yellows and the black for Lauren Proctor to go 4-2 in front with under 20 minutes left. Landed on the rail just where she did not want to be. Something she did not want to happen. Very good pot on the yellow though by Lauren, but it's going to need another. Bottom left, also mindful of the cue ball. Oh, well played Lauren Proctor. As you said before, different player out there tonight, or today should I say.
It's been brilliant, actually. Yeah. It's as good as I've seen her on the big stage, and she's had runs. I mean, this is the important thing to mention. You know, she as a challenger player last year, she had a brilliant run, and I think it was the Ultimate Pool Women's Masters where she went as far as maybe the quarters or the semis, and that was as a challenger player. She beat Amy Beecham in the group stages of that event 5-2, and we've seen glimpses of the player Lauren can be, but without maybe ever actually seeing Lauren's best in front of the cameras. I feel like we have today. She's been really, really good. Performance to be proud of so far from Lauren Proctor. Amy Price under a little bit of pressure here, and the cue ball straighting off into that middle pocket is not what she needed. It's going to be ball in hand to start the visit again for Lauren. And you can take either colour set here if you want. It is not bad. Good chance. Yellow's the pick. What was that? Yellow by the red slide by. Because if it does, yellows are absolutely the pick. Oh, it's the plant. How's your confidence? She's going to need plenty of that confidence, because this is now a tricky enough finish. That yellow just pushing itself onto the rail. The way she's playing, she's backing herself to take him out from anywhere. And why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? Oh, this is special from Lauren Proctor. Deserves to be on a ball, and I think she is. Don't know if they combine particularly nicely. She could go down the table. The yellow closest to the bottom right is available. The easier pot is the yellow closest to the red, but can she get on the other two balls from there? Oh, she has a shot. She's got a really small gap to find though, I think. If she lands in between those two reds on that line, can she squeeze the yellow in? I'm not sure. Can she then get on the 8 ball? Even tougher. I think this might be end of visit. She's got a plan. And she's just gone a fraction far. I think the plan might have been to maybe take it up to top right, which is ambitious. Amy Price gets her chance, and it's a good chance, and it's a chance she needs to take. He's left Lauren the edge. The 8 ball is very heavily guided. That certainly makes things interesting. Frame will take some winning here for Amy Price.
All the time the clock ticks down.
At some point we'll have to go. And that time, as John Cena once famously said, is now.
got to be a little careful with this, Amy. Digging down. Wants to avoid the contact where you can flick into the other red. Go in the corner. Well, into the middle we go. And this black for 4-3. Hit that very quickly. No mistakes though from Amy. So 4-3. Just over 11 and a half seconds. Oh, sorry, 11 and a half minutes left on the match clock. So, frame number 8.
Frame 8.
Lauren Proctor to break off, leading 4-3 against Amy Price for a place in the semi-finals this evening. Gets a ball. And how's the split? The split looks very nice and inviting. Yellows have to be the ball for Lauren. Might play a plant to start with. Play that and just nudge that red that's sat between black and yellow. Just nudge that out of the way. If you can nudge that further down the table, that will create a clear path. A little surprised she's not playing it, because this can go wrong. That's pretty good. So she had, in the end, she's gone her own way around this, but it's ended up with the same result and developed the yellows, just this long yellow into the top left-hand corner. You know, all she needs to do is have any sort of position really on that middle yellow into the centre pocket. Oh, what's she done with the cue ball? Did she just want to bring that straight back, and she's obviously hit that with a bit of right-hand side to drag the cue ball over there.
She's going into the middle off the yellow. Oh, just got it a bit thin. Into the 15-second shot clock we go then. Amy Price, what have you got for us? Can you tie the scores?
No, she's hit the red, but she's left Lauren Proctor in dreamland here. Doesn't want to get too close to her work.
with 8 minutes left. This could be big. Two-frame lead with under 8 minutes to go. It's a good shot, confident shot.
Yep, had the line just right there to run into that red. So this black to restore that two-frame lead for Lauren Proctor. In it goes.
She's
Lauren
been brilliant.
Proctor. She's been solid today. Different player. Couple of little errors here and there, but so has Amy. Nobody goes through matches very rarely without any errors at all. No matter what level, but she certainly turned up today, Lauren Proctor. But Amy will be kicking herself for leaving herself snookered in the middle of the table. Lauren is just thinking, right, 7.5 minutes. Don't do anything silly. Hold Amy off. Just hold her at arm's length as that clock ticks away. If a really good chance comes along, then I'll try and take it, but don't try and force the issue.
Yeah, don't try and force anything, but I'd also say with 7.5 minutes left, don't try and get too clever with it either. Just keep it your natural rhythm. Do what's worked for you so well so far. That's the break Amy's looking for. Deserved a ball, got a ball. Oh, look at this split. Big chance. And potentially needs to go, to be honest, for Amy Price here.
Extension call. Red ball's in play.
And that little rub off those two reds. Exactly what Amy wanted. Never looked likely to pot that, because when she got down she was about to take the ball into the middle and you saw her, and I would just say half adjust. She didn't get up to get back down. She moved herself slightly across, changed the way she was going to strike the keyboard, hit it with a bit of side to try and create the angle to pot it, and missed it. Lauren knocks in the plant. If she can get that yellow at the top, well, she can get herself onto the hill here.
Well, if that goes to left centre, I'm not sure it does. I think she actually came further than she wanted to there. So still work to do for Lauren. A well struck shot, but it doesn't fall. She's cueing a real confidence. And even the ones that it sounds strange, but even the ones that she's missing, tough shot that she had to make. But she looks a really confident player at the moment. Maybe misses the tricky plant.
Can she move that red out the way of the yellow off this? Well, she can, but she failed to get the pot. I thought that one was going to drop, I must admit. Gets them both. So now Lauren Proctor, she's got to get a cue ball north of those two reds in the middle of the table. She's gone in off. Oh, how close was that? Less than 4.5 minutes. And it's Lauren at the table, and really you've got to be thinking she should be in the semi-final, even if she doesn't get these. But if she does get these, it's done. She'll be on the hill 3 in front with about 3.5 minutes left. And that was just not enough time for Amy to make a comeback. Oh, hit the jaw of the middle, and Lady Luck is smiling on Lauren Proctor because it's plonked her straight onto the black.
What a flick. Those things tend to happen when you're playing well. Lauren Proctor is definitely playing well, and she's on the hill with 3.5 minutes to play. What a performance it's been from Lauren Proctor.
I think there's a realisation there. She's actually checking, is it first to 6 or 7? It's gone 8. Certainly not 8. But it might be later tonight for you, Lauren, a race to 8, because I'm sure that's what the semi-finals are. And I believe the finals race to 9.
It is indeed. Oh, tale of two players right there, isn't it? Amy Price looks
Frame 10.
frustrated, disappointed.
Lauren Proctor to break.
Lauren Proctor completely at ease. Fantastic break, and a great chance to go and get to 7.
Well, miss there from Lauren. It's not going to affect the outcome. Amy, she'll still show a lot of heart and try and run these balls in and give it every go or last possible try that she can muster. But there just isn't the time on the clock for Amy to do it. That pivotal moment when she snookered herself on that ball, or the two balls in the middle of the table, that was the one. Lauren cleared up. And that got such an important frame, and basically the foothold into the semi-finals. Going to place a snooker.
Foul. Ball in hand. Time running.
I think I'd have offered the hand after that one. Just 2 minutes, 1, 2, 3 frames, and also just given ball in hand to my opponent. I think I'd have been away and out the door.
Yeah, I think so too. Oh. Yeah, when it's not your day, it's not your day.
I never understand why a lot of the players do carry on with, you know, just being an optimist. But I'd have certainly been gone a while ago now. Much to the delight of the crowd.
Good shot from Lauren, that.
Yeah, it's been a different player today, Lauren Proctor, that's for sure. It's been assured, composed most of the time. Showed what she can actually do when she gets into full flow, clinical.
Yeah, a few errors, but as you say,
Yeah, you're going to have a few errors.
of course, but she's looked like a real player.
Well, it's just her whole body language as well. She looks like she's actually enjoying it. Well, might as well get this one as well then, Lauren. Get to the 7.
Oh, what a performance. Deserves to drop. And it hangs. That's so tough. It won't be 7-3 for Lauren Proctor.
I'd have made sure it wasn't. I definitely should have so it finishes at 6. Well then.
Fair play him, that's a brilliant shot. Lauren will get the chance to maybe make this 8.
Come on, Lauren, hit it.
Get in.
Well done.
7-3, Lauren Proctor wins the quarterfinal and heads through to the semis. And playing like that, you never know, it could be quite a special day for Lauren Proctor. Brilliant performance from the Sheffield youngster. That was a statement sent, and she'll face the winner of Amy Bechum and Leanne Cragg, full of confidence later on today. We now have to find out our final member of the Final Four. We know three of them: Vicky Lomax, Emma Parker, Lauren Proctor. Will Amy Bechum or Leanne Cragg complete the lineup? Time to find out when we come back.
Introducing the all-new Ultimate Pool Pro 15 pool balls powered by Dynaspheres. The official ball set for all Ultimate Pool tournaments. Unmatched consistency and precision with perfect roll technology. Developed with the best players in the world to elevate their game and your game. Available exclusively in the UK at ultimatepoolshop.com or from your authorised Dynaspheres retailer.
Hi, I'm at work right now, but I've just found out my heating's gone. Any chance you can come over and help?
Consider it done.
Time to dance then for our final match of this little afternoon session that we've had. Leanne Cragg and Amy Bechum go head to head for a spot in the semi-finals. With Vicky Lomax, Emma Parker and Lauren Proctor already through. Amy Bechum feels like a big fish at this point in the tournament. Leanne Cragg has got a task on her hand that is very capable of producing here against top quality opposition. Tricky start though for Leanne. Misses the plant. And we'll get a decent chance here. Either reds or yellows, got options available on both. If she goes reds, she'll need a plan for the bottommost of the reds. It looks like that's what she's looking at. So reds is the decision for Amy Bechum, and all the attention therefore falls on the red at the bottom of the table. She can get to the red in the middle, that will go to right centre, she can get there next. But dealing with that red at the bottom is her biggest problem.
Well, she's left herself the angle now onto the one in the middle, but it's still, like you say, a very troublesome red down there. Got through last night 6-0. Well, both her matches 6-0.
Yet
but it was a bit
frame.
scruffy last night, the performance.
Yeah, it was excellent in the afternoon. Her last 32 match was a very, very good level. But still yet to drop a frame in this tournament is Amy. 6-0, 6-0. This is a big shot in the visit. Overcut it. I think she's where she wanted the cue ball to be. I think she was looking to play right centre to screw into that little gap between the yellow and the red. But she's got good equity in the frame here. Leanne now has a dead yellow. Oh, don't open that red up.
Very clever shot there from Amy. Playing off the reds. Sending the cue ball into the yellow and knocking that red over the bag. I think she's going to have to play a plant here though. And bridging over the yellow as well. And trying to hold the cue ball. All in the same shot. And everything achieved by Amy. But black ball. So it doesn't look like it goes clean anywhere. And she doesn't look to have an awful lot of angle to try and get cue ball into them. Oh, but she has. Has she been lucky? No. Well, she's hit it. But she'll feel she's been a little bit unlucky. It would have been a very, very good finish indeed from Amy, should she have achieved that. cue ball a bit close to the rail there for Leanne's liking. Rifles that yellow into the corner though. When Leanne gets down on the cue, she doesn't hang around. Not a lot of feathering before she strikes. It's just sort of a one cue up and pull the trigger. It is effective. Oh. I didn't expect her to miss that one after the one before. And I'm not sure that black ball slides past that yellow into the bottom left. It doesn't, so Amy's going for the double in the corner. And missed it. Not left anything easy for Leanne. Possible double, but there might be a thought of a safety shot here for Leanne Cragg. Try and screw the cue ball up to the top right hand side of the table. In fact, you can actually maybe play the cross double and do that in the same shot. So if you get the double, you're going to have a chance to win the frame, and that's what she's done. Good effort there from Leanne. Oh, Amy didn't want to double kiss that. All she wanted to do is just bump it off the rail and leave it available, and then sort of ask the question of Leanne, go on then, you're going to have to knock in a really tough yellow. So really this is a free go for Leanne. She can have got this long yellow into the top right, gets it, she's got going to have an easier yellow and a black to win the opening frame. Doesn't get it, well, that's now out of the equation. It doesn't matter. So Leanne Cragg, this yellow and the 8 ball to take this opening frame. Just lasted, well, a good 9 minutes nearly. Nice shot from Leanne.
Leanne is good enough to win this match. And if she's going to, she must punish Amy's mistakes. And she does so really well in frame number 1. She goes 1-0 in front. Amy Bechum loses her first frame of the tournament here at the quarter-final stage.
Yeah, that little double kiss killed her there when she tried to bump the black off the rail, because I'm not saying Leanne wouldn't have knocked him in if they were different, but there would have been that added pressure as well. You never know with the black being open. But in fair play to Leanne Cragg, they were clinical, those last 3 balls. And she is the one in front. Well, that break was hit like she meant it. Well, after much deliberation, Amy decides on yellows. see why. Gone a bit far there for me, Amy. Thought she'd have liked to be sort of have the cue ball nearer the bolt line, which shows you could pop this yellow, come off the top rail, side rail, and get behind this. I'm not going to say awkward yellow, and she's done as best she can there. That's a good shot. She has a big area to land in to be in decent position here, this champs. So knocks this one in top left. Should probably just throw a little bit of left-hand side on that cube with there, just to guide it away from those three reds in the middles, and just try and come through the gap of the yellow. She'll go into the yellow that she didn't mean, but she'll take as she put her hand up towards Leanne. She's got a big pocket down here. Well, she's put that right-hand side on the keyboard there, play that down the road, because she wanted full ball contact with the red to hold on the yellow. And what she got was half ball, and that's why the keyboard slid over there, and she's now snookered. So, two cushions going off side rail, bottom rail to try and pop this. Not too much, and it's ball in hand for Leanne Cragg. Cue ball off the bottom rail. Oh, is she going to screw this out? Let's for the screw shot, that's perfect. Very nice from Leanne. Taking her time, making sure she knows the game and she knows who she's up against. While Amy is having a bit of a wobble, this is the time to keep her firmly on the ropes. Leanne's had enough experience in the world of pool to know exactly what to do in these situations. Just make sure, get two in front now. Put all the pressure onto Amy. That's a bit firm. It's okay. It looked like it was going to come a lot further than what it did in the end. Just want to dink this into the middle, really, just so you just guide the cue ball just down past the 8 ball. She's hit it a little bit harder than I thought she would, so now it's a long tester into the top left-hand corner for Leanne Cragg. And on the back of your mind, you'll be thinking, right, I must get that cue ball all the way to the top right-hand side of the table as well, in case I don't get it Try and leave that yellow as hard as possible. And Amy can certainly pot that. Leanne will be annoyed there because that was really a golden opportunity. Just want that last red, just want to be, it's like a little soft screw. Hold for the middle. So Amy, let's get this yellow, bring the cue ball around the table and behind that black. She's not attempted it. She might knock this in, you know. Is she going to go for the length of the table double, or is she just going to roll into it? Gone for it. It's going to be left. I don't blame her though. It's a very hard shot to try and just play that dead weight up the table and just double kiss it into the black ball. And there's no guarantee that would be good enough. Maybe it's like, you know, could pop that over the bag and come up and pop the black over. Then you wish you'd gone for it.
Well, we've played over 15 minutes, only 2 frames down. It's 1-1. Mentioned that were Leanne to cause a bit of an upset and knock out tournament favourite Amy Bechum, she'd have to be clinical and take her chances. There was one burned there. Could be 2-0 up. Shot. That's nice from Champs. I feel like the work has been pretty tricky so far for both players. This feels a little bit more the speed that you'd want. Gettable Chance. One that you come to the table with a spring in your step. Very nice. Hard part done really for Amy. You should be as simple as 1, 2, 3, A, B, C, tic-tac-toe. She's a little off angle here, which has annoyed her. She's just going around to see how much she can hold this. She'll put it into the thickest part of the pocket. But she wanted to be straighter than this for sure. Played it well. 2-1. Champs takes the lead in the quarter-final. Very decent break from Amy, but it's not got the result she'd want. So Leanne takes on reds. Is she on this red to top left? She was excellent. So the big question for Leanne will now be the 8 ball. The rest of the reds, you expect her to get to the 8, but it doesn't go into either of the obvious pockets. I don't think. It might go bottom left. Might. Well, we may not get to find out. That was a poor miss from Leanne, really.
Tricky shot here for Amy. Nice pop, but not the nicest place to land. Does she play the double? Don't think she has much choice. It's close. It's better than close, it's in. Perfect position as well. Play the yellow up into the top left. And the yellow up into the top right and leave herself a nice angle on the large yellow, where she just drop it and bring the cube off the bottom rail and black in the same pocket. That's perfect. Didn't want to leave an angle to have to come around the back of those reds. Just pull this straight down the table. Pretty much where she is now, where the cue ball is. Perfect.
Yeah, she'd love to not have this yellow at the top right, and she'd feel like this frame was already won, so just wants to come back on this same line, and that'll be job done. Looks like to stop. I wonder if the 8-ball... Well, she's still fine. She's got a trace of
Goes in the middle
here
as well. I think.
Yeah.
I think you're looking at that now because because she's a lot straighter. To get back for the black on this same pocket, you're then pumping now with right hand side, whereas before if it's short, it's a natural angle. Then again, if you drop this in, you've still got to play this on a little bit of left hand side to bring the cue ball basically where that yellow is, because the cue ball's going to come down right in the middle of the gap between yellow and black. The cue ball will hit that top rail if you dig in.
Sends across for right middle. You could see there as Amy was lining up the shot,
the corner.
The little wobble of the cue. She's like, oh, make your mind up sort of time. It could have gone in so many different places.
I prefer the corner than the middle, and so does Amy. It's in.
Yeah, excellent shot. Excellent shot from Champ. She leads by 3 frames to 1. And did mention earlier in this one, I wonder if Leanne will be made to regret the chance that she missed in frame number 2. It could have been 2-0. It's now 1-3. 21 minutes left.
Yeah, and it will be probably in her mind because, you know, Amy was a little bit out of sorts as well. And if Leanne could have got 2-0, it's keeping Amy sort of on the canvas where she's now bounced up and started to find her form. So Leanne Cragg breaking off frame number 5, trailing 3-1, but 21 minutes still left, so not all is lost for Leanne, but she is going to have to up the game a bit. She's going to hang there over the pocket. Not left Leanne Cragg anything at all. So Amy will be quite content.
And that miss from Leanne is going to bring Champs to the table. And a big opportunity for Amy Bechum.
And another one stays out. Yeah, I'm playing loss of turn. Had to play it because you can't have Amy with both corners blocked. So, yes, she's having to take a chance, but it's a time to just do so. She's trailing by 2. She needs to make something happen. I think Champs might just... Now, does the yellow pass the red into that corner? Or is she going to return the favour and play the loss of turn? Thinks it passes, and it does. Well, I'll tell you what, this is going to be tricky to get on this black ball. Can she just pinch this very thinly, where the cue ball sort of just, we barely hit the yellow, and it comes off, put a bit of right hand side, it comes off the jaw and then behind that black ball. It's very tricky. Oh, she's played that
beautifully, Tony.
You couldn't get much better on that. I know it's a little bit of a thin cut, but just to leave the shot. Just having a look at the path of the cue ball. Will it clip the red? I think she's taken the middle bag out of the equation.
That's brilliant.
Very, very good finish there from Champs. Shot got a plat, very good indeed.
Yeah, super stuff from Amy Bechum. She goes 4-1 in front. Key Club on a Sunday afternoon. And the challenges are still in action, as you can see on those tables on the left-hand side. We'll update you on how that competition is going. They're down to the quarter-final stage. Emma Senior currently taking on Yvonne Boyle. We've got Amy Winter against Alice Paler. Holly Potter takes on Zara Diamond. Kaylee Wilson is facing off against Anne-Louise Arkle. There's now races to 6. And we'll be all the way through to the final later on today.
Well, Amy gets the ball. And looking at the lay of the land, I will suggest that Amy will be taking reds. Not just because of the easy opener down here at the bottom of the table, because it also has a nice angle to burst into this cluster on the right. The 3 at the top left are all available.
I wanted to say as well that the Challenger Plate is also still going on. We're at the almost the final stage there, Finguala Davenport has made it all the way through to the final, and she'll take on the winner of Sarah Milne and Daljit Shahal later on in that plate final. Not quite for Amy Bechum.
Where is the cue ball going? It's okay, just for a fleeting second. I thought she might have been going in off, but it is a full snooker. Two choices here for Amy. Try and play the swerve shot round. Also the two jaws and a cross. I'll tell you what, she must be able to get just before it on the rail and clip it. Ooh.
It was close.
You just feel it's starting to slip away now for Leanne. 3 behind. She desperately needs this frame.
Oh, that's a real wide. That is a real wide. And that
could be the one.
Yeah, that feels like a dagger moment, doesn't it? In this quarterfinal. Amy already 3 frames in front, almost certainly about to go to 4. The only maybe positive thing for Leanne is I think she's blocked a lot of pockets here for this 8 ball. Amy wanted, I think, to come up above that. Does that slide past the yellow?
Well,
it's
she
tight.
had a look at that, and I think she refused that one. Now, can she play it into the jaw and then into the yellow, and it might squeeze in? It went straight in. Went in clean as a whistle. What was she looking at? Because I believe she played to get on in the corner. But anyway, regardless, it is 5-1 now, Amy Bechum. And she is pretty much home and hosed and will be in that semi-final this evening facing Lauren Proctor. Leanne has just let it go a little bit. It was ever since that second frame with a brilliant chance to go 2-0 up when Amy was started off coughed and spluttered a bit and Leanne looked the better player. But that's the thing, if you don't kill them off early when you get them chances, it comes back and bites you on the backside.
Onto the 15-second shot clock we go then. And Amy Bechum, you feel like he's almost there.
So it's shaping up like this evening. Emma Parker will take on Vicky Lomax. Semi-final number 1. Lauren Proctor will take on the winner of this, and it is looking very much like it is going to be champs that will play young Lauren. Kind of just slung her arm at that one. I don't think she's too worried at the moment. Decent pot by Amy. Can she get through to the one in the middle? Tight. I think she can dink it with a bit of side. Done a Phil Harrison on us. Flew in.
Absolutely sailed in, didn't it? Been rock solid from Amy.
Yeah, just getting on the hill. Yeah, she's had a couple of moments early doors, but
it's been solid enough.
Yeah.
We spoke about it earlier in the Lauren versus Amy match, that sometimes it's difficult to truly get going when your opponent isn't really, and the longer this match has gone on, the more Leanne almost seems to have lost faith a little bit. And she looked good at the start of the match, obviously won the first frame, could have won the second, but as Amy's got into the match, Leanne sort of faded away, and I think it's a testament to champs that she's still able to play to a good level, despite the fact not much is sort of coming back the other way, if you understand what I'm saying. I think what we've seen throughout this tournament is that mimicry that you spoke about earlier. A lot of players fall victim to that, and you know, another player in Amy's chair, for example, could have got into a bit of a slugfest here with Leanne, and all of a sudden it's an even game, both players making mistakes, and it's difficult to get going. Champs has done enough here and has still played to a good level. goes the next one for Leanne. But misses the plant, and Amy Beecham can get this wrapped up. Calls her extension, looks relatively composed on the 15-second shot clock. Does Champs here? It's easier to be composed when you're so far ahead.
Lovely shot there from Amy.
Fantastic.
Been a fine performance in the end. This from Champs, this black, for victory and a place in the final. In it goes. Amy Beecham beats Leanne Cragg 7 frames to 1. Leanne went 1-0 up. Chance to go 2 early doors, but it wasn't to be. Amy will be in the semi-final, and they will all come tonight. Our first semi-final will be Emma Parker taking on Vicky Lomax, and that will be followed by Lauren Proctor and Amy Beecham.
Yeah, really good performance from Amy. She's gone 6-0, 6-0, 7-1, and she's the class of this field heading into the last 4. Emma Parker looking to take down her maiden Ultimate Pool title. Vicky Lomax looking to win her second following the Women's Pro Series 2 months ago. Lauren Proctor, the one name who might be a bit of a surprise inclusion, but the way she played in the quarterfinal, if she can repeat that form, she will definitely give Amy Beecham a game in the semi, that is for sure. Action will return here at the Q Club in Leicester at 5 o'clock. We've got a little bit of a break now until we're back with you. We're back with you at 5 o'clock for the semi-finals, followed by the final, as we crown the winner of the Ultimate Pool Women's Pro Cup this evening. Bye for now.
live yet. I won't lie.
You're breaking first.
Please sound
You blaming me?
And a very, very warm welcome back to the Q Club here in South Wigston, Leicester. It's the Women's Pro Cup and it's semi-final time. Up first, Emma Parker taking on Becky Lomax. Emma coming through earlier today, beating the #1 Becky Watkins in the quarter-final. Played superbly. So Emma attacking the yellows. Races to 8 now with 1 hour on the match clock. So Becky Lomax now, hand on the table. Second semi-final will come up after this as well. Lauren Proctor in the semi-final taking on the great Amy Bechum. That's coming up right after this, and then the final will be later this evening. Didn't quite get on that ball at the bottom there, Vicky. Might have to go upstairs for the red in the top left. I can tell you, since Lauren Proctor's win in the quarterfinals early today, there's been an influx of support that have turned up to watch her later tonight. against Amy Bechum. Partner Luke Gilbert on his way. Cole Bedford has turned up. Chaos. And also Lauren's mum Natalie has got here as Vicky Lomax. Surprisingly misses that red. Can Emma Parker get to that bottom yellow? If she can, it's a very easy finish. If not, it's a very tough one. Tony Holgate and Stephen Jameson are with you for the evening. How are we, sir?
I'm very good, thank you. It's a pleasure to be in your company, as always. Tony, as Emma, I think here, is going to look to play loss of turn and get the cue ball in a good position at the top of the table. Needs to be accurate with this, no guarantee of it. No guarantee of it. Had to make it.
Yeah, he just didn't get it thin enough. And now Vicky Lomax with a chance. Got to get this red past the yellow, obviously, to play the plant, but she's got to be careful because she'll be mindful of missing that yellow. But if she hits it a bit wide, wow, belted it.
Yeah, that's the Lomax way. Just bang it in.
I thought just roll it gently down the table, but not Vicky.
No, she's not going to stand on ceremony. It's the bear.
She's already landed herself a title this season as well. So this black for Vicky Lomax to take the lead.
Pumps it in, never in doubt. Yeah, we're starting to enter very, very dangerous territory at the minute with Vicky Lomax. She's starting to really threaten to make us take her seriously, and I know she'd hate that. But her record in recent times has been terrific. She won the last woman standing, which is an event that admittedly all kinds of chaos happens in, but she played brilliantly in that event, fully deserved to win it. She won more matches than anybody else. She won 5 matches in a row at one stage. And then to win her Ultimate Pool Women's Pro Series title this year was a tremendous achievement. Beat Becky Watkins in the final, who's the current number 1. And didn't just beat her in the final, but came back from a massive deficit. She was 5-0 down, I think, in that match. Won it with a 6 red shootout, and yeah, a serious contender. Underneath all the bear costumes and roller skates and nonsense spoken in a Mancunian accent, there's a real player in there. And when she plays well, Vicky is a brilliant player to watch. I mean, that break is awesome to see. And it's one of those where you just can't really believe it's dry. I think Vicky remonstrating a little bit with the table there. Or maybe just giving it a sarcastic thumbs up. But either way, it will be Emma Parker to the table first.
Yeah, it was a really good break. Great split and no reward. Playing that plant first off. Takes the yellows. If that yellow goes through the gap of those 3 reds into the middle, then this, I'd like to think, should be done and dusted for Emma. And it obviously does, because she's just played straight on it and she's perfect. Just pop that into the middle, stop the white dead. Pop this into the right hand middle, screw the cue ball back just across the table a bit and play the next yellow nearby into the same middle pocket. And leave yourself an angle on the yellow that's nearest the cushion at the bottom to come across to the last one next to the black ball. In fact, she's gone down the table. Not convinced that way is the right way.
I think what was quite telling for me with Emma Parker, I thought she played really well earlier against Becky Watkins. And rather interesting in chatting to her afterwards. She didn't. And not just that she didn't feel like she played well, she really didn't think she played well. She thought she was awful. And I said, you're going to have to watch that back, Emma, because you played well. But those are the sorts of standards that she holds herself to now, and that's a good thing.
I walked in the venue just before this, and she was sat just chilling out, ready for this to start. And I said, well played today. She goes, what game were you watching? I went, really? I said, I thought you played well. I said, yeah, you missed a couple of blacks, but in the grand scheme of things, she held herself together.
Yeah, and the way that she went about them in particular, those finishes where she missed those 8 balls, the finishes are tricky, and to get down to them was pretty good.
Going into the black here, got to be a little bit careful. Played it well.
That's played beautifully.
So we're going to go 1-1 here. It's what we thought. It's going to be a titanic battle, this, between these contrasting stars of the pool.
I also have another great little nugget for you regarding Emma Parker. We were having a giggle earlier. She obviously played Becky Watkins in her quarterfinal, that of course she won, hence she's here right now. She had plenty of family watching on from home who were cheering her on remotely, and if any of those are currently watching, good afternoon to you. But she got a message from her nan who was watching, who was congratulatory on the performance rather than the result, and that's because nan was watching her British Open match with Becky Watkins on YouTube, not the Women's Pro Cup match today. So she thought Emma had been defeated in a 6-red shootout, and Emma got to tell her the good news that in fact she did in fact win.
That's amazing.
I hope Emma's nan is watching the right feed this time around.
Yeah, she'll be looking at it saying, played that shot earlier. No, it's exactly the same way. Another dry break. Well, getting the cue ball up the table there, Vicky. She's just nudged Emma's red very close to yellow at the top, and that's now going to be a little bit of a problem. And she's not going to be able to solve that problem at this visit to the table as she misses that yellow, so Emma Parker can come and survey the situation. Got sort of a bit of two minds here. Wanted to go down the bottom. Switched and played up at the top. That's not a bad result. Maybe a loss of turn play, but I would have thought by Vicky here she'll play the yellow onto the reds and the yellow at the top there and remove them as red. But she has opened them up a little bit. Emma's main problem, of course, red ball stuck to the 8. Becky there solving that little problem with the yellow, nudging it into a possible position. And play this in. Well, I thought she was just going to gently trundle that into the pocket. Not Becky. Well, Emma Parker taking control of that corner, but as you can see, Vicky Lomax's yellows are all free, but it's the black, and I think she has to have a go at these and leave herself a double with the black into the corner. Firmly hit once again by Vicky. Well, if she wants to play the double, she's going to have to hold that cue ball high at the table. This looks fairly thin. She probably can just about just play it gently. Got to be careful you don't get stuck behind the red. I think she tried to leave herself an angle so she could cut that into the middle and go around and kick it out. But she certainly doesn't have that angle now, that's for sure. Right, that's coming a long way down. So the only shot she's got now is it's a cross double. So she flicks across the left-hand side of that black ball. Tries to get it into the top left-hand corner. The problem here, or can be a problem, if the cue ball comes off that bottom rail and clatters back into the black, stops it on its way to the corner like that. Not only did she miss it, she's put it in a bad position, certainly for herself, which gives Emma now a bit of breathing space here, so she can fully attack these in the knowledge she's not going to leave anything if she did miss. Plant up the rail next. So Emma comes around just to check the angle. Not where she wanted to be. Came a long way down the table there. Does she play the 3-ball plant? That's what she attempted. Now then, length of the table double or a safety? I think the former. I think play the double because there's no value in the safety. It's a very straight up and down for Emma to get out of, and she does go for it, and she gets it. What a shot from Vicky Lomax. Vicky Lomax 2-1 up with this incredible black ball. Clean as a whistle. But Emma Parker will be disappointed with that, just that one loose positional shot, and that has cost her the frame. So we look down into the arena from up above in this fine venue, the Q Club here in South Wigston, Leicester. It's now the home of our Monday nights. Champions League currently going on. That'll be back on tomorrow. Next week, though, here we've got the last man standing. And that is going to be a fantastic event. You need to be an Ultimate Pool live member to be able to see that next week. So go to YouTube, click on Ultimate Pool and click on Join. Get your subscriptions in. You get all of Ultimate Pool's coverage. Last man standing. We get the tour, that's in 2 weeks in Bolton, and all of our events throughout the season. Lomax clatters the break once again. Not dry this time. Generates plenty of power in her break shot. So the yellows. Got to take the one at the bottom now, just near the black. No. Likes a double. So she take that one out of the way, just clears the path to the black later on. It gives you more of a choice of pocket as well. You don't want to be leaving it till last unless you're right behind it. Lomax still going, trying to get a breaking dish here. Another big booming long pot, and she's recovered this well because she did fall out of position, but she's potted away out of trouble. And that one wiped its feet and she thought it had missed. Double punishment for Emma Parker there off the back, but not clearing up. In frame 3, Lomax has broken dished for 3-1 lead. Pure firepower there from Vicky Lomax.
Yeah, and that's the sort of, that's what she's got in the locker. Very, very dangerous player when things are going well, Vicky Lomax. She's a real front runner. Can dominate and run racks when she's in form.
So frame number 5. Emma Parker to break off. Cue ball travelling to the corner. And ever since that mistake Emma made when she didn't get on that red properly a couple of frames ago, the tide has turned heavily in Vicky Lomax's favour.
Extension call.
Oh, Vicky, I think I heard her sarcastically say shot as soon as she hit it. Remonstrates with herself. A player who is pretty constantly able of seeing the funny side. Emma needs to get herself going and can do so right now on these yellows. Ooh, not like that though. Just get the sense that one or two things really. She's not, I think she's fully settled yet, and maybe also potentially a fraction rattled by what happened with the frame that she absolutely should have won, that Lomax stole with that 8-ball. It's not a terrible leave for Emma Parker, given where she was. Oh, Vicky.
Overcut.
What's the damage? Good shot. She's okay. Heading towards the halfway mark on the match clock. And Emma right back in position where she wants to be. A little angle to float up.
Yeah, important for Emma now to get this frame more of a handle on the match and raise the memory of what happened earlier. That's okay, she can go for two cushions, come back left of the other yellow. Just don't overrun it. That looks pretty good.
I don't think a hair short, but still fine.
Better to be short than a little bit too far on that one.
Yeah, for sure.
She can see where she's going with the cue ball and guide it. That's not going to get there.
Oh, wow. moment. Big moment. She was very thin on that. That's a risky shot.
Looking at that, I mean, you can't cut it up the rail. Obviously, cue ball straight in the centre pocket. There's no double, I believe. Maybe play it off the jaw of the middle and back across the other middle bag. That's a pretty high tariff shot. Oh, she's potted it in there. Wow, what a cut. Do you know what? I looked at that, I thought, well, you can't cut that in. That's a great shot. She actually looks a little bit disappointed that she hasn't landed plumb on the black ball, but she has a shot at this. Yeah. Becky Lomax left of that as well. And I'm just trying to find the line of this and calls the extension wisely. So this black for 3-2. It's gone near side. Disappointing there for Emma. After picking out a big yellow. What she done with the cue ball? She's followed it straight in. Unbelievable there for Becky Lomax. And a life belt has just been thrown into the water for Emma Parker. Thank you very much. 3-2. And that, well, I'll tell you what, Emma was on the ropes there after missing that black. That will have buoyed Emma Parker considerably. But my word, how we'll follow that into the middle. Pace of the table. Yeah, cueing across the rail there. So you're putting topspin on the cue ball anyway. It's just the speed of the cloth taking the cue ball in the middle.
Frame 6. Becky Lomax to break. Leading 3 frames to 2.
A break hit with venom. Very quickly, Becky Lomax selects reds. That one's nicely picked off in that corner. Flicks the yellow away from the other red. What she will have to do is land pretty flat on the red ball at the bottom of the table. You don't want to believe yourself a thin cut because you've got a hole for that 8 ball. She wants to leave herself on this last red so she can screw the cue ball off the side rail on the left and come right down behind it on the bottom rail. Well, she's left herself that thin cut I was talking about. There's no way she can hold. Yes, there is. What am I talking about? Wow. I thought that red was flat to the rail. Very deceiving. But anyway, Becky Lomax clears up. Very good finish in the end. It's further away from the cushion, I thought. I thought it was close and she'd have to really chip that in to get it to go in the bag. But 4-2, Vicky Lomax quickly fires back. That's her second breaking dish.
Yeah, there's been some tough moments in this match for both players. Vicky's definitely had a couple of moments where you think, how on earth has that happened? But what Vicky Lomax is she's very, very resilient. You know, she's gone from making a huge error in the last frame when she's gifted Emma one by following the red in, and then just responds by dishing. It's like it's water off a duck's back. Very, very impressive.
Frame 7. Emma Parker to break. Trailing 4 frames to 2.
And I broached this topic with you before, Tony, but you know, when we talk about players sort of feeling that they've settled into the game and they're where they want to be and they're confident and they feel like they're in stride, the way that Emma's won her frames, they don't sort of tick that checkbox in a way, do they? Because they've almost sort of, it's either been a frame that she's made a few mistakes in, or in the case of the second one that she won, a frame that was essentially just handed to her. What she really needs to get herself into this semi-final is a frame that she wins, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think Emma's maybe guilty of giving herself too much of a hard time. You know, just by saying earlier, you know, she didn't think she played that well, and, you know, we both thought she did. Yes, she missed a couple of balls here and there. Everybody misses a couple of balls here and there, but the grand scheme of things, her cue action was very good. She potted some wonderful balls and played the right shots at the right time. Won her match. She was playing against the number one. You know, she's a very, very good player in the park, and she's going to get better as she goes along as well and gains more and more experience out in these arenas. You know, this is a lady that's going to win tournaments for sure. Will it be this one?
Still could be. Couple of good shots required here. These all do combine, but you've got to be precise.
Well, at least she's got some angle here, so she could pot this red in the bottom left. Well, I think she's going to have to get the cue ball up just around past the bolt line and double that red, unless it sneaks past the yellow. But I don't think she has the angle to be able to get to the left-hand side of that red, so I think it will be just pot this, leave a double into the middle.
Yeah, it goes right centre. I don't know if it goes left centre. But getting that high up the table will be an issue. First of all, a lot of topspin required here. Oh, how's that? If it goes left centre, that's a fabulous shot.
Very, very good strike of the ball there. It's easy to lose that cue ball, especially when you're so close to it, because when you play topspin, you can get a bounce off the cue ball. You can skip up off the surface.
It's lighter than the object ball. Yeah, she was on it. Is she on that 8 ball?
This would be cruel if she hasn't got enough. There's some stuck out, but it might be just a real thin edge.
That would be very cruel. I think it is very cruel.
Don't know, I've been caught out already on this table and camera angle.
She's hitting the edge. Can she make it? There's your answer. No. It's a good
tough
shot in the sense that, you know, she's given Vicky Lomax a completely dead ball there. So she's held herself in the frame. She's going to require Vicky to make a finish. But yeah, what we said before about Emma just really feeling like she wins a frame. Felt like if she, you know, landed nicely on the 8 ball and could just knock it in, that was a brilliant finish, and she's right there.
Yeah, I thought that was tough on it. Well,
can she see the edge again?
if she can't, she's going to have to go left-hand rail off the cushion and flick the black in that way. And if you're going to play that, the way you want to play this is you want to dink it with right-hand side, because the angle's it's quite of a sharp angle. So get this right-hand side and spin the cue ball into it.
Just like that.
Perfect. Great shot.
Lovely shot from Emma Parker. That was a really good frame of pull from Emma. She took out the reds there really, really nicely. Touch unfortunate with how the 8 ball ended up lying for her, but a good shot. And you can enjoy watching that one back on the big screen.
Battling away is Emma Parker.
Should mention as well, just at the bottom of your picture there, I can see the figure of Anne-Louise Arkle, and she's currently in the Challenger final up against Alice Paler, who is at the table right at the moment. So Alice Paler against Anne-Louise Arkle for the Challenger Pro Cup, or should that be the Challenger Cup? I'm not sure.
Frame 8.
Keep you updated on the scores as we go through this match.
4 frames to 3.
Big break once again from Lomax. No friends. Emma attempting this red down the rail. And it goes. One nearest to black is the immediate problem. Even so, reds are the right colour to choose here. Yellows don't look particularly inviting. Well, I'm amazed that that red stayed out. Well, Vicky tried to come off that cushion and kick the other yellow out. It might have been better just to get on it and play it into that top left. Lost a turn, I would have thought here. But she's played the loss of turn, but also opened up the pocket for Emma Parker. Going to have to play a very slow shot in the middle. Can she play that one in the corner? Looks like the middle. These are tricky, especially with the cue ball near the rail. Nicely done. Emma still has this red near the black ball though, which is still the problem. I think we might see some cue power here. I'll tell you what, if he wants to slow down a bit, we'll flick off the yellow, slight flick. And that is a fabulous shot from Emma Parker. She's on that red now into the top left-hand corner. Just needs to stop it, and then she'll have a tricky little red ball into the left-hand centre. Black will pass that yellow. This is huge. Great shot. Now then, there is a little bit of awkward cueing over that yellow. She won't be able to get her hand completely flat on the table, I don't think. And there you see bridging over. A very gentle shot this into the middle. And she's gone wide.
It's been a slight theme of Emma's day, really.
I mean, that positional shot to get down the table for the second to last red was absolute world class. It's a world class shot.
She's done a lot of really, really good work, like top quality work. The nature of this game, though, is it doesn't, in the end, it doesn't really reward what you do in the first 90% of the frame. You've got to find a way to make it count and complete the job. Otherwise, it is essentially
you're
meaningless.
almost winning her on as well. You wanted to get, because it's such a fabulous finish because of that big shot down there and pot the long red. It was a tricky little shot because you can't get your hand flat on the table. Becky Lomax playing the double. Well, she's played a loss of turn. She's knocked in Emma Parker's red, and Emma Parker is now going to come to the table, shooting at the 8 ball into the bottom corner. Just got to mind that cue ball a bit, and this could be 4-all. Incredible stuff. Keep her on that cue ball. It's okay.
Wow.
4 each.
It's 4 each, and I feel like neither player will be particularly happy. Vicky's made some big errors, costly errors. When she's been at her best, she's ran 2 out here. She's had a couple of great clearances, but some of the mistakes that she's made, she could and perhaps should be out of sight of Emma Parker right now. As it is, it's 4 each, 22 minutes left. The semi-final is in the balance.
Frame 9. Emma Parker to break. 4 frames all.
Lomax with the early opportunity in frame 9. Excellent opening pot.
Red ball's in play.
Reds aren't too bad either. Reds would suggest definitely the set that you want. One awkward ball and it's fairly easily gettable on. when she takes the finishes out like this and pots with the confidence that she can. Does look so good, Becky Lomax. Fortunately for fans of Vicky, you might often be left tearing your hair out because one minute she looks like the best player in the world and, well, the next minute she doesn't. Never quite sure and certain. It's been a good visit so far. A couple of good shots and she's home and hosed for the lead again. Oh, now then, that's a poor one. I fancied her for it, you know. Just nicely on it. Completely in control of the visit.
Extension called.
Those two yellows stuck together at the top. They're an offset plant, I think. If they're very close together, you can play the opposite side that you think to make the plant, and it will push it into the pocket. Another yellow hung. And Parker, and now Vicky Lomax coming to the table. She probably didn't think she was going to come back. Oh, what's she done? Another mistake from Lomax. All she had to do was get around the back of that yellow and the frame was over. Not one cushion across. Got to pot that red in the middle. Ball in hand, and it also is going to nudge these two yellows apart. That makes life a little bit easier for Emma.
Ball in hand. Timer.
That one just wriggling in. I suggest put the yellow into the top right, leave an angle on one in the middle and drop down onto just off the bottom rail and leave the other yellow that's near the black into the right hand centre. And that's okay. She has the angle. Just look to see if the yellow passes the black. If it's tight, don't bother, just come down the bottom of the table. You've got the whole pocket into the middle. Nicely done.
Stayed down on the shot a long time there, Emma.
And rightly so. This for 5-4 to get into the lead.
Fabulous.
In it goes, and this is Emma's first lead, I believe, in the match.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's been a match that she sort of grinded through a little bit. It's not been a vintage performance from Emma Parker, but I feel like she's improving the longer the match goes on, which is at least where you'd want to be in. that position. Start well and decline. It's not really ideal, but start poorly, stay in the match, and then get better as the match goes on. Well, you take that.
Yeah, Vicky's made some unforced errors that she wouldn't normally make. You know, in between that, there's been some phenomenal potting from Vicky, 2 breaking dishes. It's just been a bit up and down, and too much of it now for Vicky.
Frame 10. Becky Lomax to break. Trailing 5 frames to 4.
Belting break. That might be the best break of the tournament we've seen. You can't break the balls better than that. Vicky Lomax has absolutely sledged that. Beauty. What a cracker, what a leave. And I think if your Lomax in the last couple of frames have been somewhat of a struggle, you could do with getting these, get yourself back on track. And as leaves go, to go and get them, you've got to fancy yourself with these. I'm not sure the yellow slides by the other ones to the left centre, but I think if it does, you'd have been tempted to take it early while she was up in that neck of the woods. 'Cause right now it's going to require a couple of good shots, and the 8-ball being on that right side rail isn't particularly helpful either. You know this yellow's awkward. Good shot required. She's going to turn it down. And I'm not surprised. But it does mean...
Yeah, well, I would have got rid of that yellow anyway, and I think playing the long one's even better next.
Yeah, because you're better on it, 1, and 2, you can use that one to come across for the 8-ball potentially, or hold it middle of the table for a double.
Or come down the bottom of the table and just bump it over the middle.
Oh, we won't get that far. Becky remonstrates with herself. That was a big opportunity. And look at the leave now on reds for Emma Parker. This is what Emma was sometimes guilty of, leaving Vicky. Now it's the other way around. Delicate first shot, played well.
And that's pretty good. Ready to the middle next. Do you know what? I like the double with the black ball, because that yellow that's near that left-hand centre makes it a bigger bag. I don't think she has that in her mind. I think she's got her plan, as in to get behind the black and play it down the rail. Just a little glance at the clock there from Emma, so she'll probably call her extension here that she hasn't used. Important moment this for Emma Parker. Well, she's going to play this into the middle and then play that double with the black. Not been her friend, this middle pocket earlier. She hit one a little bit wide here a couple of frames ago. Played it. Wow! Belted it in there. Oh! I don't know why. I know she wanted to play that one up the red. I really think the double was a lot easier shot with the black ball.
It's a lot easier than this.
Oh, yeah. But I think it was a lot easier than if you got plumb behind it.
Yeah.
Hold on to your hats. If she's playing this cut here, you've got to get the cue right out the way sharpish, because that cue ball's going to come straight back at her Q-tip.
Oh, what a shot this is, Tony.
If this is not going to have the legs.
Oh,
It was bang on as well.
such a good effort.
Bang on. But it was very hard to generate the power when you're that close to the ball and
Yeah.
get your cue out of the way. I think she did a good job to get it that far up the table.
Yeah, because the more power you're putting on it, the longer your cue is in that place for the cue ball to come back and hit. Becky simply has to make these. "15-second shot clock will soon come."
And Vicky would be happy with this, because natural angle here, just to come off that bottom rail, bring the cue ball up all the way towards the black ball.
Not past it though. Don't go past it. Just
past
pulls
it.
up in time. It looked like it was on track to keep on rolling for half a second
The
there.
front door's up there and it's open and the wind will blow it back.
There we go. 5-all. Enthralling encounter. Can't take your eyes off this one. Into the final 10 minutes. Race to 8. Not sure we'll get there.
Yeah, it looks like 7 might be the magic number here.
Yeah, I think so. What we played? We played basically 50 minutes for 10 frames, so 5 minutes a frame average. But factor in a 15-second shot clock. Maybe we can see 3 frames in the sort of 10 minutes left. Vicky and Emma sharing a
7-6 either
smile.
way.
Possibly.
Lottery time.
Emma Parker to break.
Can't pick a winner.
Cue ball stays up, but so does every other ball. Red's the choice for Becky Lomax. Tight cue ball required here, and this one can be made to look easy. Second you run slightly out of position, it can look tricky. Can she clip the second red in from the right side into the middle pocket and land behind the other one nearest to the rail? That would be a touch. That would be a touch. Lovely shot. She's kept this in relatively straight lines as well, which has helped to just keep that cue ball on a string. I feel like this is cash ball. Oh, she's had a nudge and she'll take that. I thought initially she was going to take the red long to top left and sort of keep things stop, but it's worked out okay.
Long red, top left now.
Oh, it's a tester.
And this is a big finish from Lomax if she gets it. Huge at 5 each. She looked like she was down and out, but oh! And you wouldn't back Vicky Lomax to miss that. Oh, Emma's stuck to the yellow. Anywhere but there. Can she flick off it and play safe and hide behind the yellows? They're an edgy little shot at this stage in the match. Yeah, I don't blame her playing that way. Oh, she's going to pot this. That was the attempt at safety, which was actually a pretty good one. Now then, do you just drop this into the middle? And I meant the other one. It's been an incredible match. You can't take your eyes off for 1 minute because it swung backwards and forwards with these two players. And you kind of travelling on the journey with them as it gets more and more, let's say, nervy towards the end of it, as we're in the last 6.5 minutes.
Oh.
Yeah. This is a little nerve jangler, this one.
Oh, that's confident.
Yeah, she played that very well.
Oh.
Nice position now on the last yellow.
Didn't chicken out of that shot at all, did she? Backed herself to make it and backed her cue ball. Excellent finish from Emma Parker.
Just wondered if she'd screw into the rail there and come a bit further up the table, but this black for 6-5 for Emma Parker.
Oh, wow.
What's the black going to do? It's going to nudge the red easier. Or is it? Oh, has it got in front? I don't know if it has. I think there's room. But wow. Both players have missed a long ball to pretty much win the frame. That's overcut. Is there enough room now for Parker with this 8 ball? Just look where the cue ball's gone.
Oh, this is edgy now.
Play it very, very slow. Cut it over that bag if he doesn't get there.
Tried to drill it in.
Well, I'll tell you what,
Oh, she'll take that.
all day long you take that. Wow.
Incredible. Madhouse. In a not necessarily deciding frame, but it could well be a decisive frame. And how do you like these 8 balls? At 5-5 with 4.5 minutes left.
The thing with this is because the cue ball's tight to the rail, it can slide a bit. You want to dig down on this, and she is doing.
Jaws it. How's the leave? Oh, it's sick. Oh, wow. Emma Parker gets away with one and then some. And the sigh of relief that she will be making right now will be enormous. To the point where I feel like I've almost just felt a breeze in the commentary box.
Unbelievable, unbelievable end to that frame.
She took out a really nice finish on the yellows, but that 8 ball was a real nervy one. That was edgy from Emma. Not punished. These two are mates, they can have a little bit of chat back and forth.
They're all mates, a lot of them. I'm here after they finished last night's playing. The girls in about a group of a dozen of them all sat there having a bite to eat and a couple of drinks. All having a good laugh, good time. I think there's about 5 or 6 of them have sort of rented out a house for the 3 or 4 days all together, so they all get on very, very well indeed. But this is the time not to buddy up. Great break there once again from Vicky Lomax, and just look at this split. yellows look absolutely brilliant. Well, Vicky Lomax needs this frame. If she doesn't win this frame, it will be over.
Yellow balls in play.
Will we go to a decider?
Well, I was about to say, I did say 7-6 either way, but that shot there has just made it very difficult.
Is she on the middle yellow?
Yep, she is. Might have to bend round this a bit. Yep. Where's that yellow going? So Emma Parker now in control of her own destiny.
This is essentially for a spot in the final. Just keep yourself at the table for the next couple of minutes and you are there. There's nothing too tricky out there. There's no real demons in terms of the balls, but this is all pressure. This is all about holding yourself together. There's no such thing as an easy ball at this stage.
But the beauty of the end of this finish, if she gets there, is that red next to the black ball. But she's left herself awkward queuing once again. Is she thinking of taking that easier red? Don't do it. It's not the shot. If you get this here, you're going to be very, very close. That's in. That's a good shot. And she's got them. What?
Wow.
I'd given her that.
Stays up. I think Emma's surprised it stayed up.
My word, I thought that was in.
More drama.
I can't believe that hasn't gone in.
Vicky's not perfect here.
No.
These are difficult to connect. She's got to play a good shot. All bets are off. 90 seconds and ticking to go. Try to pump it and force some movement. That should be that. That should be that.
Well, she can see the one over the pocket. It will go in this time. Just drop it in. Leave yourself on the next one in the middle. And she has done. She must be bubbling inside now because the balls are there to get her into the final.
I think she has been for about the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, you're probably right. And who can blame her? It's a combination of incredible nerves and also excitement.
She's almost there. That was a confident shot.
Oh, it's not got across. It's going to have to go up and down. Or does she just play safe? Come off the bottom
Just
rail.
get the hit. Use all of your shot clock here. Use all of your shot clock and get the hit. Yeah, great shot.
That's a very, very good shot.
20 seconds to clear these for Lomax is really tricky. Really tricky. Is she going to get a fluke? No, she's not. Vicky Lomax extends the hand, and Emma Parker is an ultimate pool finalist. She survives a nerve shredder against Vicky Lomax. And for the first time, Emma Parker will go to the big dance at an Ultimate Pool Women's event. She's been to the mixed pairs final. She's now in the final of a singles event. And she gets to let it all settle down a little bit, take it all in. Because next up is our second semi-final. Lauren Proctor takes on Amy Bechum for the right to face Emma Parker in the Ultimate Pool Women's Pro Cup final.
Introducing the all-new Ultimate Pool Pro 15 pool balls powered by Dynaspheres. The official ball set for all Ultimate Pool tournaments. Unmatched consistency and precision with perfect roll technology. Developed with the best players in the world to elevate their game and your game. Available exclusively in the UK at ultimatepoolshop.com or from your authorised Dynaspheres retailer.
Hi, I'm at work right now, but I've just found out my heating's gone. Any chance you can come over and help?
Consider it done.
Need help dripping in the kitchen sink, rust on the radiator, dirty water, cold showers, fix it fast, fix it now, handy ants are hauling tools. We are the handy ants, heating and plumbing. We are the handy ants, coming for your lease, always coming for your lease, saving the day. Handy ants, handy ants, handy ants.
We are back for our second semi-final. Lauren Proctor against Amy Bechum. Winner goes to the big one to take on Emma Parker. 60 fresh minutes placed back on the match clock. It's a race to 8. Lauren Proctor to break, and she was brilliant in her quarter-final. Really did play well. She will need to bring that form and then maybe some more here in the semi, because she's facing a serious contender in the shape of Amy Bechum, who was the tournament favourite, for me at least, at the start of the tournament, and not a single thing has changed. In my mind, the longer it has gone on. In fact, I think that case has only strengthened. She's played 3 matches, she's lost 1 frame. 6-0, 6-0, 7-1. Lauren Proctor, slightly more of an unknown quantity. If you'd have seen her yesterday, you'd have honestly said, not a chance will Lauren be heading to the final of this event. But if you'd seen her today, you'd have thought, oh, she could win this event. If she can repeat that trick in the semi, she's got every chance of doing something really special.
And Mum has travelled down from Sheffield. Natalie, come to watch after her win early today.
Yeah, a few friends and family are down supporting. Partner Luke's in the house. And she's in a little touch here. She's on the long one. Oh, she can actually sneak that one in. That's nice.
Not like the cue ball down at the bottom though.
I don't think Lauren will much. Maybe got a little bit lost on this visit. It's a very good shot to reset. Well, you've seen worse safeties. It wasn't an attempted safety, but it's not a bad one, all told.
No, it's going to be quite awkward for Amy to get safe as well from here.
Yeah, as I say, like, obviously Lauren wasn't playing safe, but if she was, you couldn't ask for much more than what she's just played. Red has covered the yellow to top right. Cue ball in a good position. No easy pot for champs. Or she could get through to that, my apologies. I didn't think she could. So yeah, there was an easy pot for champs. But there's still work on yellows at least.
Tried to get on that yellow at the top and didn't want that little flick into it. Still going to play it. She's just looking to see where the cue ball's going to go when it bumps into this red ball above it. Or is she? A change of mind. Overcuts the yellow. So Lauren Proctor will have another go. Got the cue ball out nicely there, did Amy.
Miss from Amy has potentially allowed Lauren to nick this first frame.
Double time here.
That'll do. That will do.
Yeah, nice position. Perfect angle. Pop the red and come back for the black.
Oh, but skids one. Skids one, that's a bad one from Lauren. That'll hurt. She's a really, really good individual ball potter as well. no single reason I can think that you'd miss that other than the fact it's first frame, pressure, nerves, all the rest of it. You can see there just in the top corner, she's ticking. Absolutely fuming with herself she'll be. There was nothing to do with the cue ball there, she was in a great position.
No, it looks like she's let Amy off the hook.
Although Amy has played better shots in her time, goodness me. Almost missed that, she caught it that thin. Should still be able to recover.
Double and it's wide.
Oh wow, excellent safety mind. Well, an edgy first frame. It's not just those who are here for the first time who might be feeling it. Amy Bechum has been at this stage countless times in her career. An edgy start from both players. Will it reach a cushion?
No.
Will it reach a cushion? It's tough.
Ugh.
Oh no, Amy Bechum.
Heartbreak for Lauren in this frame. Amy with a tap in. And that's 1-0.
If that rests on a cushion, Lauren's right back in that frame because that 8-ball was tough. Good break from Amy. Sort of tricky leave, but I don't think reds are too bad. I think the one that you'd identify as immediately not nice, I think that'll go in off the yellow to left centre. Could, even if you're feeling really brave, play it now, but she won't. She'll clear the top of the table first while she's there. Or will she? We'll come back to it, I think. A little surprised. Wanted the double, and she's made it nicely. Well, the finish looks altogether more easier now after a couple of shots, doesn't it? Can't knock the shot choice now from Amy Bechum.
She'd have liked an angle here on this red, but I think she was a tad straight. Well, that helps. Not sure that bump into that yellow and out was intended, but it's worked out very well indeed for Amy. And this simple black for 2-0. A good finish there from Amy Bechum.
Very, very good. After a pretty iffy start from Amy, that was a bit more like it. That's the scale of the task. 2-0 leads champs.
in off the break for Lauren Proctor, and at the moment nothing going that young lady's way. Not only that, look at the split as well on yellows. I'd like taking out one nearest the middle bag next. Just have a look at her tip there. It sounded a bit tinny when she struck that. It was nearly a full miscue from Amy. Wow, she's missed the yellow completely, ball in hand. And she was undecided what to do there. And I just think if she'd have took that yellow into the middle, she would have had none of that problem. Having a good look at the tip now.
Yeah, grimace on the face of Amy Bechum. And, well, rightly so, I would say. That's not nice.
Nope, made those two reds a bit rough over there on the top left. Just needs to try and compose herself a little bit, Lauren. Not quite relaxed into this semi-final yet.
Well, Amy's already had one go at this very thin cut yellow to top right.
This is thinner. I don't think she'll play that. If she can get the double across.
Pure safety from Amy. She's trying to bait Lauren into going. I don't think she played the lost turn, but it's not a terrible outcome this for Amy Bechum. Either way.
She's got rid of her worst ball.
Yeah. One good shot away really from just being in good position. And two balls over holes and one in the middle of the table, but I can't believe what I've just seen there from Amy.
It's like Amy's arms fell off.
Amy Bechum doesn't miss those balls.
Having a right time of it in this frame is Amy. If Lauren could just capitalise on some of this.
That definitely was a safety, and it's a pretty good one. Oh, she could see it. Oh, the yellow was blocking that, but it wasn't a good safety from Lauren Proctor. Had to cover that one.
drop this in the middle and just roll the cue ball up past that red ball that's on the rail and leave the yellow down into the bottom right. No. Punches over. Missed again. Well, that's incredible. This time Lauren does play a good safety. So ball in hand, Lauren Proctor has to make this count.
She's going to have one shot to play. Here's a big one, mind. Cash ball coming up. As in a frame, whether it was frame 1 or 2, I forget now, but this is all just concentrating on the pot. And the 8 ball is waiting, and this time Lauren Proctor nails it. In goes the 8 ball, Lauren Proctor on the board, and we officially have ourselves a semi-final. I will likely suggest that Lauren's in a really good position here, and she needs to try and make hay while the sun's shining. And the sun shining in her sense is Amy's slow start, because Amy has not got going.
Yeah, that frame win has just taken the edge off for Lauren, in a sense. But my word, Amy had a very odd frame of pull by those standards.
Oh, not even, yeah, it's, you know, I know Amy well. I don't know if I've ever seen her play a worse frame of pull, to be honest with you. Some of the misses were very, very out of character and out of keeping with how good she's been this weekend. There's always the next frame though, and that's important. So reds for champs, there is work here. Difficult red that she hangs. Yellows aren't easy. wonder if Lauren can play a little shot here where maybe she tries to, I don't know if it's on, but maybe double the yellow for a loss of turn. That's exactly what she did attempt.
I like it. I thought game was on there. Cut the yellow into the middle and go into the 2 yellows up there. I thought attack Amy.
That's a nice shot. I get the feeling this match has sort of vibes where you see it in a sport like football all the time. You watch like a first half of a match and an underdog will be leading against a so-called top side who's playing badly. And what you always hear at half-time of that, you go, well, they can't be any worse. Should they have done better in that first half to take advantage of it? Because they will be better. And that's sort of how I feel at the moment with Amy, that she can only play better from this point on, and she's still leading. I think that's done enough, you know. I think that now goes. Lovely pot. I think she can come back for it to bottom left after the one to top left. She might even be on it now. No, she's not.
Bit too close to it.
Yeah, top left then for bottom left, and then the 8 ball waiting after the one to bottom right.
Bit short. And it will cut into that bottom left. Cue ball sailing towards that yellow. She's just looking at it, because if you hit the half ball, she'll be going off in the middle. If you dig it, you can go straight in off in the middle.
You call it, Tony?
She'd be on the jaw.
She is.
Ooh.
That's exactly what you called. She bend this around the jaw. Yeah. Big shot. Oh, played that well. Means she couldn't get position on the 8 though, so she had to accept her medicine. It's 8 ball for a 3-1 lead for Amy Bechum.
The way she's been playing the last couple of frames, this is a real tough ball.
Goodness me, yeah. Not that you'd know it.
That's more like it from Amy. 3-1. Restores that 2-frame cushion. This was not an easy 8 ball in any sense.
Especially when you consider the context of what's gone in the 3 frames before. Tricky enough 8 ball as it is, but that was really, really excellent. Lauren's still smiling. She's going to, I think, enjoy this semi-final, like it or not. Reminder that we've got the last man standing coming up for you next weekend. It should be a big one. All your favourites battling it out. 2 start, winner stays on. Only one can be the last man standing. Fun and games throughout. Big frame this one. Talks about how Amy's not been at her best. The blink, and Lauren Proctor could be 4-1 down.
Well, it's all about getting on that red nearest to Blackpool. So you're going to need to get below. But I don't think it passes the black into the bottom left. Amy, have a little look. Maybe it does. Don't like the angle of it. And if it doesn't, she's going to have to play some shot to get down the table. Well, we've done being sort of straight here because now she's going to have to pot this, play a lot of right hand side, but she will be going towards traffic on the left. And there's a lot of yellows over there to bump into. And a middle bag to find as well if you don't dig deep enough.
Big moment. I'm at the score right now. If Lauren Proctor is to win this match, I think she needs to win this frame. I know we've still got over half an hour to go, but I think for confidence reasons, belief reasons, overall mood reasons, you've got to start to chip away at this Amy Bechum lead, and she simply will not get a better chance than this. Cue ball in hand, these yellows for 3-2 and back in the hunt.
Needs to play a safety, I think, here. Once again, Lauren can't afford to take this on. Yeah, wise. All Amy could do is just put the cue ball as far away as possible from those yellows for Lauren. Oh dear.
Oh, it's a big, big moment.
Got to play the double here. If you play the cut, the cue ball's coming right back into those yellows at the bottom of the table. Might even play twice across. She's missed a couple of those.
Is she going to fluke it?
No, it's not going to get that. Very easy safety here for Lauren if she want to play it, but the game is on. Just now depends how she feels inside. That it's very hard for Amy to get this. Well, she can get out sideways, but it will skid. But she needs to pot this. There's a slide, and that's the thing with that because she's so close to the cushion. As it hits the cushion, it slides away from the ball. So now ball in hand, Lauren Proctor, and this chance needs to be taken.
Yeah, just simply won't get a better chance than this.
Big pocket as well for this black, with Amy's red situated by that knuckle. Didn't need it anyway. Lauren Proctor pulls one back. Amy leads 3 frames to 2. There's a view of the lovely Q Club here in South Wigston, Leicester. Down on the arena there is Dean Winter. Racks the balls while Emmy's nipped off to freshen up. Maybe have a word with herself.
Yeah, and I'm not too surprised by that, in all honesty. Can bring you up to speed with the Challenger final. It was being played on that bottom left table. I can only assume they're on a little break themselves. Alice Paler was 5-4 up. I believe that will still be the case. Whilst Amy takes a break, Lauren also able to just take her own personal time, have a chat with some of her supporters, watching up on the balcony.
You see Cole Bedford there waving his arms frantically up there. He sat with Lauren's partner Luke Gilbert, and mum Natalie is also just to the right.
There they are,
There they
look.
all- yeah, the gang. Mum Natalie came down after Lauren won her quarter-final. Cole Bedford, Luke Gilbert there.
Good to see Emma Parker and Vicky Lomax are friends again, sitting on the table
Yeah.
next door after their semi-final a moment ago.
Little wave from Luke.
It's always nice that it never sort of gets old seeing yourself on a big telly. I can tell you that they are still rolling in the Challenger final. Alice Paler is at the table to win the match against Anne-Louise Arkle.
Amy Bechum, you can see there, returning to the arena. So proceedings will get back underway. So Amy to break, leads 3-2, but not in great form really for her. She's made a few mistakes. I think that little break was a case that she needed some time.
Balls in play.
So Amy back into the arena, and we'll hope, essentially, I think she'll see it as, right, start again.
Yeah, reset.
Because, as I say, Amy's a multiple-time world champion, she's multiple-time ultimate pool champion. She is way too good to be playing like she did at the start of this match. Way too good. And that will have annoyed her. I don't doubt that for a second. Might actually be one of those matches she's got to grind it out. She's in a false position to start with, though, on this visit. I think she's got to try and go cushion first in this red. Costs position. All of a sudden she's got a real shot to play. Real shot to play.
Well, Amy hands the table over to Lauren Proctor, and the yellows don't look too bad at all. It's just getting on that one at the bottom. And that break doesn't seem to have helped Amy Bechum. Does Lauren come down for that yellow bottom rail right now? Yes, she does, is the answer to that question, and she has an angle. So if she can pot this and get that cue ball up through the gap of those reds, get herself pretty central, she's got a great chance.
Excellent shot, confident shot from Lauren Proctor. Recognised in the chair by Amy Bechum as well. If she's splitting hair, she'd have loved to have been about 2 rolls further up, just so she could hold this cue ball. But she's still in an okay position. Just needs to judge this well. Oh, potentially a big miss that. For me, Tony, I didn't mind taking the one to left middle there first, and just using the top rail to get yourself back into the middle of the table. She obviously didn't want to get rid of that one. Just felt like it was a more controllable shot. But either way, it's a shot Lauren still feel that she should have made.
Talking of control, that was very well done by Amy there to get herself onto this red. Another dead weight drop in. Oh my word.
Oh, you just... I can't believe what I'm watching, honestly.
No me.
Really, really surprised. Doesn't get a bounce, and therefore lots of turn incoming for sure.
Well, you can play for both here. So play to try and get it as well. That'll do.
Yeah, nice shot. I think it may be taking absolutely everything in Amy's self-control not to absolutely rag this cue ball off the side rail and take this red for a ride. She's gone to pot it, and she's only gone and made it. Brilliant shot from Amy Bechum. Tester of an 8-ball, and this would hurt if she took these out. Looking at top right.
Oh, that is brutal.
Bang. Oh,
Savage, that is, for Lauren Proctor.
wow. The ball that Amy missed, you never ever expected her to miss. Lauren ran slightly out of position and plays the sensible shot really with the loss of turn, and you're thinking Amy's massive odds against, and wouldn't you know it. Belter of an 8-ball this too.
Yeah, that was very cruel on Lauren. Is that going to be the turning point, the thing that lifts Amy Bechum to play her best pull? Or can Lauren Proctor battle back after that ball that Amy potted out that snooker to finish off the frame? That really had to hurt.
Try break from Lauren Proctor will ensure that Amy comes to the table. Would be very on brand for Champs just to suddenly just click into gear, just start knocking finishes in. Yeah, let's play a little bump here. Could be either that or the plant, and looks like she's deciding on the plant. Oh, it could slide by, that helps, and it enables her to be straighter on that red to top left, which is a little bit of a no-brainer really.
Cute ball on that rail though. It's going to be gentle. Well, I don't know if she can roll the loose one in and play the red that's nearest the top rail back into the other corner. If you can, that's the easier option.
I think that's the plan. It looks to me like the route.
So I don't like the other way. Don't like the cut up the rails, especially being pushed up. It's a hard shot.
Well, that's what she's taking on.
Overcut.
Yeah, that was tough. I'm with you. I preferred the red to top left. She's straight on it, follow through. And you don't really need to be anywhere off the final red to top right because you've got the red waiting over the centre.
Played the loss of turn. Amy has a chance here though. You can't get this one to go in behind it. And if she gets it, it will be the frame. Didn't quite make the central contact that she wanted to, so it's hung, but still there's a lot of work here for Lauren to do. Oh, she played a loss of turn. Oh. She has left Amy the long red, but she's also got to smash this in because she needs to get that cue ball out for the black ball. So I think she plays a lot of topspin on this. Yeah, always going to be tricky.
Good shot. I'll say this, Tony, I don't think Lauren Proctor will get a better opportunity to beat Amy Bechum in a semi-final. Just needs to stay in the game. That's a slightly loose shot. Needs to be low on that double when she made it, which would have made the plant but kept the cue ball, kept the first yellow in the centre of the pocket. And that's no good. Lauren's had her chances. Amy Bechum has been let off the hook big time. 5-2. $18 minutes left. There's still time for Lauren to get herself into this match, but you have to think at some point it will just click for Amy Bechum and she'll just start playing something that resembles Amy Bechum pool. As we remind you what's coming up in a fortnight's time, 3rd to 5th of July, we are back in Bolton for what locals are calling its Ultimate Pool Series. It's live for 3 days. You can get all the best action on the Ultimate Live membership here on our YouTube channel. Gets a ball. Oh, okay. Could be some fun and games here. This is a pretty interesting leave.
Question ball.
I think Amy can get through to the red at the top. She power it in and get the cue ball across and kick the other one out. I'm not sure she couldn't see it.
I wonder if Lauren has decided enough is enough. Does she think this cross doubles? No.
I think Lauren will find herself behind this red ball now. And that's a very good shot there from Amy. Done it again with a cue ball.
There's no way.
Yes,
Oh,
there is.
wow.
Every way.
Just incredible.
Yeah, it's incredible to watch, like you say. I've never seen a play so bad.
Yeah, and tough to watch, honestly. Got an awful lot of time for champs. But this version is almost unrecognisable.
Lauren could just string a couple of frames together. I think she'd have her on the ropes.
15-second shot clock, there's no play.
She would.
Foul. Come on.
Oh my word. Lauren Proctor just hands the frame back to Amy Bechum, and that's been the story of this match, really, J-Mo.
Yeah, it has. It has. We talked when Lauren played Amy Price earlier about the sort of the mimicry that can happen in matches sometimes, and sometimes players need a little bit of a G up from the other maybe to get going, and if the other one doesn't get going, they can maybe get dragged down into a bit of a slugfest. That feels a little bit like what's happening at the moment.
And noticeable that Amy ran the clock down there before she hit that black as well. She stood there watching the screen, taking every second off it, because she's been nowhere near her best, and just trying to try and eliminate every little tiny thing that Lauren Proctor could bring back at her. 8 minutes 20, 4 behind Lauren.
I mean, almost the dagger, really. And you know, I mentioned a few frames ago that I think it was at 3-1 that Lauren got to 3-2. She was right in this game, and she did. So chances every single frame after that.
Well, you think Amy will probably get over the line here now?
Yeah, it would
But
be
Emma
a huge
Parker,
shock if she didn't.
Yeah, but Emma Parker, if she's looking over, she must think, well, I hope we continue to do this later, because she could really fancy her chances.
Yeah, completely. I mean, how could you not? Just come back to what I said earlier. I just can't imagine it continuing. At some point, it has to change. I was looking at red. It was a nice pot into the middle. That was not. And the worst news for Lauren on reds here is that she's just opened things up to Amy.
playing a double. Finally gets one into that middle bag. She's missed a couple there in this match. Not landed particularly well. Yellow might go off the other yellow into the right hand middle. Not going for the cut up in the top. Not even attempted it. Black down 7-2 now. Amy Bechum on the hill. It certainly hasn't been vintage Amy.
One of those matches that you can definitively say that the scoreline doesn't even begin to tell you what's happened. Lauren's just asked Dean Winter if she's able to concede, and she is going to. 4 minutes left on the clock, 5 frames to win. She knows the game is up, and she offers a handshake to Amy Bechum, who is into an ultimate pool final. Knowing Amy, she'll be so pleased to be through, but so disappointed with how she's played. She won't get ages to reset, but she can only play better. We're going to take a short break just to allow both players some time to prepare, and when we come back we will have our final of the Ultimate Pool Women's Pro Cup between Amy Bechum and Emma Parker.
Introducing the all-new Ultimate Pool Pro 15 pool balls powered by Dinospheres. The official ball set for all Ultimate Pool tournaments. Unmatched consistency and precision with perfect roll technology. Developed with the best players in the world to elevate their game and your game. Available exclusively in the UK at ultimatepoolshop.com or from your authorised Dinospheres retailer.
Hi, I'm at work right now, but I've just found out my heating's gone. Any chance you can come over and help?
Consider it done.
Need help dripping in the kitchen sink, rust on the radiator, dirty water, cold showers, fix it fast, fix it now, handy ants are hauling tools. We are the handy ants, heating and plumbing. We are the handy ants, coming for your lease, always coming for your lease, saving the day. Handy ants, handy ants, handy ants.
Introducing the all-new Ultimate Pool Pro 15 pool balls powered by Dynaspheres. The official ball set for all Ultimate Pool tournaments. Unmatched consistency and precision with perfect roll technology. Developed with the best players in the world to elevate their game and your game. Available exclusively in the UK at ultimatepoolshop.com or from your authorised Dynaspheres retailer.
Hi, I'm at work right now, but I've just found out my heating's gone. Any chance you can come over and help?
Consider it done.
Need help dripping in the kitchen sink, rust on the radiator, dirty water, cold showers, fix it fast, fix it now, handy ants are hauling tools. We are the handy ants, heating and plumbing. We are the handy ants, coming for your lease, always coming for your lease, saving the day. Handy ants, handy ants,
Introducing the all-new Ultimate Pool Pro 15 pool balls powered by Dynaspheres. The official ball set for all Ultimate Pool tournaments. Unmatched consistency and precision with perfect roll technology. Developed with the best players in the world to elevate their game and your game. Available exclusively in the UK at ultimatepoolshop.com or from your authorised Dynaspheres retailer.
Hey, I'm at work right now, but I've just found out my heating's gone. Any chance you can come over and help?
Consider it done.
Hell, dripping in the kitchen sink, rust on the radiator. Dirty water, cold showers, fix it fast, fix it now. Handy ants are hauling tools. We are the handy ants, heating and plumbing. We are the handy ants, coming for your lease. Always coming for your lease, saving the day. Handy ants, handy ants, handy ants.
Frame one.
Welcome to the Ultimate Pool Women's Pro Cup Final. Emma Parker breaking off against Amy Bechum. 90 minutes on the match clock. Race to 9. It is the longest race of any women's event with Ultimate Pool. It would be a real feather in the cap of whoever wins it. Will it be a return to form for Amy Bechum, a signal of her intent to get herself back to the top of the Ultimate Pool women's rankings, or will it be Emma Parker's coming out party as she looks to nail her first Ultimate Pool women's pro title? She's already won a big pool title in terms of the EPA national singles. That was a massive win for her, coming from snooker a few years ago, committing to 8-ball pool. She's been a great addition to the tour. She's looking to take down her first big Ultimate Pool title. In her way stands Amy Bechum. And there's questions around Amy coming into this final, mainly because we've just seen her semi-final, where it seemed like an impersonator was playing against Lauren Proctor at points. It was a very un-Amy performance. It was, at the same time, a very Amy result, as she won through 8 frames to 2 in the end. Emma has taken on these reds very, very nicely so far, and this would be a statement start. Perfect.
Well, this is the dream start for Emma.
And hear me out a little bit, I think it's probably what Amy needs as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think if Emma had perhaps started nervily, might not have given Amy the kick up the backside that she might have needed to really kick on. But this is a brilliant start from Emma Parker, who begins the final with a break and dish.
And that's the way to do it. Straight into the arena for the final, break and dish. And just sends a message straight to Amy Bechum. I'm here and I'm going to try and win this title. So Amy now will be thinking, if I continue to make the mistakes that I did in the previous match, I will be waving bye-bye to the Women's Pro Cup.
Frame 2. Amy Bechum to break. Trailing 1 frame to 0.
Amy clatters a break, gets a ball.
This is a big frame in the context of this final for Amy Bechum. Long, long old race. She can start with a much more Amy Bechum style finish. We might be in for a cracker.
Red balls to play.
Yeah, is it going to be cometh the hour, cometh the champs? Hit that bit heavily. Made that red even worse.
Oh no.
Started off where she left off in the semi-final.
Extension calls.
Emma's got a decent chance on yellows from here. Opportunity to go game. This next shot will be tricky, mind. Oh, that's well played. Very good shot.
Yeah, lovely shot there from Emma. Is she on the yellow into the bottom left? If she can pot it cleanly, just bring the cue ball off the rail a little bit, she'll have the other yellow into the middle. I think she is. Just coming around to check her angle. Perfect. And even a slight angle here, so she can just push this through. If she get the cue ball just near that red, just above the middle, she'll have the black into the bottom right. Here she's digging down. Well, that's fine. Have it in the middle then. Either or. This black for 2-0 Emma Parker. That looks like it's going up in the top corner.
That is precisely where it is going.
And those were the blacks she was missing earlier. She wasn't completing the clearances, and now she's just done 2 on the spin.
Yeah, that's class from Emma Parker.
A little smile.
2 very, very good finishes. One off the break, one that she had to work for. But, well, I know Amy Bechum will have known this before heading into this match. But she definitely knows it now. She is in a right game. Emma Parker.
And a wonderful finish again
this.
from Emma. It was a really well...
The plant was lovely.
Yeah, all of it was really well taken out.
Frame 3. And the Parker
Another
3,
breaking dish.
leading 2 frames to 0.
Gets the ball, cue ball, flirting with a bit of danger there, but it's okay. Reds has to be. Played a cut into the middle with the red just above the cue ball will then knock the bad one out into the open. If she can land on another red, she will have a great opportunity to do another breaking dish and go 3-0 up. And it would be absolute dreamland. Well, she's refused it. I'm surprised. I think she should go straight for the jugular. Really good pot though.
Red balls in play.
Just think she just had an opportunity there right at the start. Get that bad one out immediately. Out comes the rest. A bit of strife here, so it's going to be pulled back of the reins here and play safe for Emma. See, I'm of the opinion that because Amy's all at sea is to really push. So I think if you start playing too much safety, giving Amy a bit of table time, it's giving her a chance to settle. Well, take your pick out of these two long yellows into the bottom right.
Red in the lower half of the table, still a massive problem for Emma Parker. She won't entertain any thoughts of anything offensive until she can formulate a plan for that.
Didn't like her knocking that red next to the other two as well. They're all a bit too close together there. You want something free and away from those two. Just now all of a sudden you've got a small target to go at. Amy's going to try and leave Emma where she has to play that bad red. And more of the same, Emma playing up the top of the table. Push those reds apart, leave the cue ball on the top rail.
Is it worth it maybe trying to engineer a red towards the bottom right of the table and really try and mess things up for Amy, or would you do you think your best bet is keeping things a little bit separate?
I mean, I'm all for pushing against Amy at the moment because she's not at the races, clearly. I want to see how many pressure balls you can keep leaving her the length of the table until she starts knocking them in those.
Just get the sense it has to happen at some point, don't you? How about now? Cue ball is a problem though for champs. It's a lovely pot, but the cue ball is not where she needs it to be, and I think she's got to pull back.
Yeah, well, she doesn't want to hit this yellow that's next to the red because it'll free it. And she goes in really, really softly.
Oh, okay. Well, now both players have all their balls out in the open. Amy is trying to force Emma Parker's hand. Can Emma get up to the top of the table? You're pretty pleased if you're Amy Bechum with this. It's actually quite a clever shot from Amy. Made it difficult for Emma to try and get safe. Cue ball is pretty good. Took it for a ride, but you'll take that outcome. Oh, goodness me. It's for 2-1. And a foothold in the final for Amy Bechum.
Frame.
This is what we have next week here at the Q Club. Last man standing. 2 days of fun with some of the greatest players in the game. It's only available to Ultimate Pool Live members. So go on YouTube, click on Ultimate Pool, press join, and you will have access to all of that next weekend, plus all the tours. We have the tour in Bolton in 2 weeks as well, and all of Ultimate Pool's events, and there is a lot of them.
Misread from Emma Parker to start off frame 4. Amy Bechum with a decent chance here on whichever colour set she chooses. There's options abounding for champs. It will be reds. It's a good opportunity.
Extension called.
Rest out again for Emma Parker.
Emma's patiently made her way through these yellows, but she's got two very, very testing ones to connect here. This is a big shot. She nails it. I think she'll go 3-1 up. What a shot.
Unbelievable. Nice use of the middle jaw.
Yeah, I think when you drill one in like that, you sort of deserve a little bit of luck, don't you?
Absolutely.
Fabulous shot from Emma Parker. What a finish this is.
Well, Emma Parker, this black for 3-1.
She looks the real deal here, Tony.
She does.
She really does. 3 high-class frames to go 3-1 in front.
Brilliant. That's all you can say. Parker 3-1 to the good. She's just got to keep the momentum going. Well, I know Tom Cousins is watching. Just had a message from him. He said he's with his friend Kingsley Pack, and it's his birthday, to give him a shout out. I detect it might be a slight lie, because I don't think Tom's got any friends. Only joking, Tom, of course. The number one, and he'll be here next week for the last man standing. And will he be the one to be left at the end? Who knows? Emma Parker breaking off 3-1 up and playing brilliantly. Reds all open. That's a nice starter into the left-hand centre. Just drop it in, and the red down the bottom. That's perfect. She's playing so well. Is it Emma Parker's time? Casey Ranford-Murray did it earlier this year, took down the British Open. Instead, this little chasing pack of these young ladies who are rising through the ranks. And all the hard work and practice is starting to come to fruition.
Casey also won big at that EPA National weekend, the same weekend Emma Parker did.
Of course,
and
yeah.
For me, it would be quite fitting for them both to strike ultimate pool gold at around the same time.
A little short there.
It's been a feature of Emma's play all day long, is that she's really tried to pick patterns where she's doing as little with the cue ball as possible.
She could dig that red that's into the top right hand corner and just slide the cue ball into the one on the rail. Gone for the double, not got it. God, do you think that other shot there, she could have stayed with the chance of clearing up, but now Amy back at the table.
Yeah, just to my point I was making a second ago. Feels like Emma's really concentrating on her pattern play to keep the cue ball as tight as she possibly can, as little movement as she possibly can. And in doing so, there's been a few times in today's play where she's just been a little short of where she wants to be. Oh, that's some dig from Amy Bechum. If she's not on a yellow, that's cruel. Really cruel, because she whistled one in down the rail. That is good enough to win any frame. I don't know if she's on the one to bottom left, you know. She deserves to be. I think she is. Yeah, excellent. Should be a frame winner for champs. and a little bit more like it. The real Amy Bechum potentially standing up here in frame 5.
Well, she certainly needs to start the engine. The moment it's stalled, the way Emma Parker's started this match as well, she's looked like a race car. That's a good shot from Amy. But still work to do. Can she get to the yellow down at the bottom now? If she can't, she's going to have to power the one into the middle. In fact, she could actually just drop it in and leave herself an angle on the one at the bottom. It's been a decent response here from Amy. It's black for 3-2.
Well, not before time. The real Amy Bechum has arrived at the Q Club here in Leicester. That was much, and I mean much, more like it. Emma ran aground, but didn't really leave much on for Amy Bechum. One spectacular pot later, and a very tidy little out. And Amy stays within one despite Emma's very fast and very impressive start.
Frame 6. Amy Bechum to break. Trailing 3 frames to 2.
Ball off the break. Yellows are very handy as well. Emma sits patiently waiting to see if she gets a chance at the table. And she also probably sits there wondering if Amy's about to explode into action.
Yellow ball's in play.
Nice shot from Amy. Somehow she's got to work her way down to the bottom, get that yellow there. Gets a little mini extension out. Doesn't want to use the rest like Emma did on 2 occasions already in this match. Comes round on the angles. Did she want that kiss on the red? It's okay. It's actually a nice angle now, so she can drop the yellow in the middle, float down the table for the one at the bottom. We could be seeing this match very quickly being level. It's been an incredibly good watch so far. And she has a bit of angle as well. Perfectly done there as well by Amy. This is brilliant.
Well, we've got the final we wanted to see. I think between these two, they have been the two best players here this weekend. Deserved finalists in that sense. But they both turned up in the early going here. Emma Parker has played beautifully, and Amy Bechum, not before time, has finally arrived.
Well, Emma's forced her.
Yeah,
She's
I think
forced
so.
her and said basically, well, if you're going to try and land this title, you have to play better than what you're doing, because else it's mine. And it would have been Emma's at a canter as well. But it's important now for Emma to keep the high standard. You know, Amy's now firing on all cylinders. Don't let your game drop.
Frame 7. Emma Parker to break.
Hopefully these two sort of carry each other
Well,
along on a bit of a wave.
It goes down to mental strength. You've got to dismiss that. Right, I'm at the table. Break, get a ball. Oh, not the cue ball though.
That's seriously unlucky.
Very unlucky.
There is a bit of work on yellows. They're definitely the ball.
I mean, that's a harsh bump there.
Yeah.
Because she controlled the cue ball into the side rail, and that and them's the breaks, unfortunately.
Yellow ball's in play.
One bad yellow for Amy, stuck behind the two reds to the right. But she does have a yellow very close by that she can use to bump that out.
I actually think in many ways the top of the table was the most important thing to solve on yellows. But with the 8 balls present, they both had to go to the left top pocket. Amy has to back herself to get on a nice angle on that yellow, just to bump the other one away from the two reds. She probably wants to do that sooner rather than later. If she can get across there now, she might look to, but I don't think she's got quite enough angle. She may do. Can get there next. Would ideally like to play that shot with another yellow still available.
Great shot from Amy, but has she been rewarded? Not sure if that yellow passes into the left-hand centre. Might have to go up the top. It obviously does. She's straight down. And all of a sudden, Amy Bechum has gone right through the gears and into overdrive. Perfect position once again. I mean, how could she play that badly in that semi-final and then you see this? Amazes me. But I guess it's because Emma's played so well that she really has forced her to bring her A game. And bring it she has, as she goes 4-3 up.
Awesome that from Champs. What a response. Champion's response to what Emma Parker started this final at. And to your point, Tony, sort of backs up what we were saying in the semi-final. We could not believe what we were seeing from Amy Bechum. I mean, because Amy's obviously playing very well here. She doesn't obviously play like that every single frame she takes to the table. But this is much closer to her true level than what we saw in the semi.
Yeah, and poor Emma here's done nothing wrong. From 3-1 up, gone in off a break. Amy, another fabulous break. what we can say, this is now a very high quality final. Amy immediately onto the ball at the bottom. Wiped its feet, a frown from Amy. We just had another clear up right next to me as Jamo's finished his dinner.
Nailed with all the precision.
I was just keeping my left arm away. My left arm was rather close at one point. I thought that might go as well into your chops.
Yeah, I'd have had a snap at that. Like an angry crocodile.
Captain Croc. Don't get me started on Captain Croc from Pontins back in the 80s. Anyway, Amy Bechum. Oh, and just when you thought this relentless dishing machine that is Amy was going to keep going, she's missed one in the middle.
Well, it had to stop eventually. Like, that's just how it is, but I didn't think it was going to come there. Now it's up to Emma after taking a couple of frames of pretty hefty punishment, really, to find a way to respond. She was as focused on the cue ball there as she was anything else. This is why the tricky shot she was trying to play at the top of the table.
Yeah, it wasn't easy.
But a good cue ball has got her where she needs to be.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't easy for Emma. She had to get a cue right up in the air. But like you say, she guided the cue ball down the table. So long pop for Amy. Ooh, that's knocked in right in the heart of the pocket. Stretch right over there, Amy. Got the ball into the pocket.
That's a really good shot. It's a really good shot. It's another stretch for her in a second, but get this one right, and she's going to go 5-3 in front. But caught it a bit thick. Was trying to make it thicker than thin. But Emma Parker back at the table. These are going to have to go, I think, the way that Amy's playing. Emma's got to find a response. Can solve the reds at the top of the table. Wants to try and get herself fairly straight, I'd imagine, on the red near the rail, and all of a sudden you've got a short position on the other one without having to bounce anything out or try and play a cannon. She may even play that last. Just look to cannon it. That was the risk with that shot. Don't know if she needed to do that. I understand why. Don't know if she needed to. Can she find a hiding place? It's end of visit, that's for sure. This is almost a snooker shot for the former snooker player. Can she find herself tucked in behind that red? Oh, she was still okay. She still got a pot on. Again, maybe an element of cue ball too.
forced that in. The pocket was not having any of it. So it's a loss of turn, but unfortunately for Emma, she's left Amy on this yellow into the middle, and also looks like a bit of an angle so she can run down the table. And this is going to be 5-3. In goes the black, and Amy Bechum makes it 4 in a row. So when her back was against the wall, she responded. That one was a little bit more laboured. Emma had half a chance in there. Amy did get over the line, so it's 5-3. But she's not had a clear-cut chance for a while, Emma Parker. And it's hard as well, because you sit there for a long period and you kind of get cold as well.
Yeah, this in its own way a test for Emma. Good break. Reticent to call that a chance, but being at the table first after a break is always an opportunity. That's how Emma has to see it. It's work to do on either colour set. Far from easy. So yellows for Emma. Have to imagine purely a case of taking your colour set and then getting to work. And that's exactly what it is. Good shot. Big frame this. Difference between 5-4 and 6-3. Is Amy going? Is she going for the plan?
I think she is.
This is bold. And this feels like Amy trying to put the hammer down. In goes the plant. How's the land? Pretty good.
Yeah, still a bit awkward to steer out of there.
I don't know, it might go top left.
I think she'll play it in the middle and screw the cue into the side round and come back across. Dangerous if you go up towards those yellows. So yeah, screw back across.
All of a sudden she's cueing really well when you fancy her for
another plant.
Even these difficult finishes. It's a massive shot.
Yep, she's had a real good look at this.
Get this. It's going to be 6-3. And it hangs. Really got the sense there that Amy was almost trying to sort of assert her dominance with that finish. Almost step into the game and just go, I'm going to take these out. I'm going to break you a little bit mentally.
Lunge over the line.
Yeah.
But this is really important now for Emma. She's had a long time sat in the seat, not had a clear cut opening, and this is one. That's a nice little shot. needed to go in just a bit heavier than that. I know she didn't want to knock them like hard up the table and you can go in off them, but some of her gentle play's been brilliant. It really has, the way she's...
It's the point I made earlier that sometimes she's a little short on some shots.
That's it, and that was one of them. Still got a chance to cut this back in the middle. Made the pot. Now how's the cue ball going to be? Is it going to be kind?
Oh, there's your answer.
Is there a bit stuck out?
I don't know if there is. It's tight. I don't know what that body language tells us. Emma's got a pretty good poker face. No, it's going to be from the top cushion. Oh, grazes it. And cue ball in hand will surely be it in this frame. That's the one finish in this match so far that I think Emma will be really gutted about. In a couple of instances where she's missed something really tricky or been a couple of ball rolls short and had to sort of semi-pull back, and Amy's just pounced and been brilliant, but that frame there had to go Emma's way. That was a misstep. Not been many of them from Emma Parker. She's played really well in this final. But Amy Bechum is going to go 3 frames clear. There is still a long way to go in terms of the clock on this one. We are barely at the halfway stage, but it is Amy Bechum who is first to 6. As we remind you, in a fortnight's time we're back at the Ultimate Pool Series with all your favourite characters from all of the different series. Watch that live with us here on YouTube. You're going to need to be an Ultimate Live member. You can do that by hitting the big bad join button on our Ultimate Pool YouTube channel. Do that, spend your cash, and you'll get every single broadcast we do here with Ultimate Pool. You get Last Man Standing next weekend, the series the weekend after, every Monday night pool as well. It is really not bad value when you consider all of that in your first month. And speaking of not bad value, what a break from Amy Bechum.
Couple of problems though, just to put a dampener on it, JMO. But yeah, an enormous break from Amy. So she takes reds, the problems of black ball, and also that red that's down behind the yellow. But there's obviously a ball nearby. You'd expect Amy to be able to manipulate it into a potting position as she goes for the mini extension once again. Stretch across the table. And that's the thing, when you do play that stretch shot, you lose all feel of how hard to hit the ball. And that one there, she just wanted to drop that in, but because the cue's essentially about 5 or 6 inches longer now, you end up hitting it a bit hard. That'll be the double into the corner. Not going to go.
At 6-3. Amy playing the way that she is. Emma's got to punish it. Needs to get these. No two ways about it. 7-3 might be too big a gap. She's going to save the yellow she's nearest to at the moment for the 8-ball. It makes sense. She's a little bit in between. She's not really ideal on any ball, to be honest with you. So much so, she's going to reverse her plan, go back up to the top of the table. And it made it missable. Emma just needs to resettle. She's going through a bad moment right this second. Still a long way to go in this final, but 7 would feel like a big step for Amy Bechum. Oh, especially now that red goes. Oh, I was under the impression it didn't pass, but this should be 7-3. Amy with a massive chance to potentially break the back of this match.
Yeah, I didn't like her trying to power that in. I think she just had to drop it and take the old medicine and play the long shot. So, Emma Parker to stop the rot.
Oh, it's such a let off for Emma, that.
That's going to go and sit on top. Oh,
again, just a little bit short. If that's hit a little bit firmer, she gets a half ball cannon.
Yeah,
she's on the
deeper
yellow.
into the cue ball as well, because she's gone straight at the yellow.
Yeah.
This is really thin. I think she's got to play the double. It's too. I mean, it is cuttable, but the cue ball's going to be bouncing around the table. At least if you play the length of the table double, you put the cue ball on the top rail. You're not leaving an easy pot for Amy if you miss, and also you give yourself a chance. She's going to play safe. I don't like it. I think you should have a go. Effectively, you could leave that shot and have a go at that yellow.
Nothing easy for Amy Bechum. She'll just be pleased to be back at the table. That should have been a routine little clearance for Emma Parker. It would absolutely feel like a dagger if Amy Bechum knocks these in. Emma's going to get away with it. These should be her bread and butter. These have got to go. Reset, dial in, do what you're good at. Just like that. Much more like it. And I noticed the way even that she knocked that 8-ball in. Just punched it. And so much of today, it was, as we've mentioned, she's been almost dainty with the cue ball, you know, really having to cue really smoothly. But, you know, historically, Emma was a snooker player. She's used to really cueing through the ball. It's an adaptation for her in that sense. When it comes to just playing her shots, maybe she could do just a couple of times with going back to her roots a little bit, just cueing through it.
So 6-4. And Emma Parker to break. Stop the rot from. She was 3-1 up. Amy winning 5 in a row, and Emma now finally getting one back on the board, keeping herself in this match.
6-4, the score. Gets the ball. Has she got a red? Oh, That yellow just going in front of that red to bottom right makes it awkward all of a sudden. Reds were lovely until that point. They were lovely until that happened. Watch that red right in the centre of your picture almost. Doesn't that look plumb for the bottom right corner pocket? By the time Emma walks back, it's all of a sudden not nice. I think she just play a containing shot here. Or will she? No, she's going to go.
Red ball's in play.
She caused some disturbance here. Not 100% what she was trying to play there. Played it with the pacer player who was looking to break into the pack of balls, but also played it in such a way that she ended up nowhere near them. In the end, bumps a bad ball away, plays a decent safety, no harm done. Biggest problem on Reds. It's the second lowest ball. Other than that, they're all great. Yellows still have multiple. None of those yellows are particularly nice. Amy could be really aggressive here. The yellow she can see, she can pot, and it would open up the others. I think that was the aggressive option. Has it opened up that red? Ooh, it was definitely a real attempt by Emma, and the more I look at that red, I think it has been slightly opened up. And you can see there, it sails in. Maybe looking to take the pocket. I don't know if she's actually done that, but the red on the bottom rail is now a big problem for Emma Parker, and this is, in the context of this final, a massive frame. Whoever wins this will go a long way towards winning the match, I would suggest.
Well, loss of tone will come very rapidly here from Amy.
Doesn't want to move her other yellow. And doesn't. Good shot.
Is there an angle that Emma could just pump that red out the bottom, going off the red in the middle?
Oh, now then. Should come round to have a look at that.
Well, you want it out of there for a start, and if there isn't an option, yeah, it's low percentage, but if she can get past there, because it could skid while she's not taking it on.
I think if she had more time to play that shot and could potentially get a rest out, I think she may have still played it. But I think by the time I felt like she made her mind up, and then she looked at the clock and was like, no, I've got 6 seconds, I can't play it with a rest because it was such a long stretch for her. Amy can go game here. Isn't where she wanted to be.
No, but still in a very strong position with that red that belongs to Emma Parker on that bottom rail. I think sneakily there that Amy tried to play a loss of turn then and get rid of that red over the middle. I reckon, do you know what? I think Amy spotted that shot that she could play and thought I'd get rid of that out of the way. Not to worry now, it's gone completely.
I'm pretty sure Emma did not want to pot that.
No, no, no.
Oh, it's going to hang. I couldn't tell you how. I could not tell you how.
Yeah, it scraped the rail on the way up.
That was incredible. Thought it was absolutely flying in. Now then, does Emma have an opportunity? It's a great effort.
What she was trying to do is get behind it there to play it along that bottom rail into the left-hand pocket. She didn't want that bump at all. That's put her in a real bag of trouble.
Yeah, this is tough to win the frame from here. Really tough.
Well, to win the frame, you're relying on Amy falling over now. I don't think Emma can do anything to stop Amy having a chance at clearing up. Might play the yellow that's to the left of the cue ball here. That's a worse one. Can maybe cut it back into the corner. Maybe even play a double. I think she gets that one out of that area. That's where I'll be going. She's going for the cut back in the corner. She's got it as well. Got them both.
Double doink.
Yep, greedy. Now then.
All of a sudden.
Yeah, a look of exasperation on Amy's face there, because I think she's going to have to play this. Well, she can see the edge of it. Now then, can Emma play a loss of turn? Could she come off the red very thinly, knock the yellow in and try and get the red to just come above the cue ball and snooker Amy? Not playing it. The problem with trying to get both in here is, one, they're not too far apart, and two, the angle that the red comes in at. And that's the thing with the angle, it was tended to push it onto that far jaw. So, loss of turn, but Amy Bechum has a big pot to make. She's missed it. No, she hasn't. What am I on about? Well, that set off, I thought that was low. It's clean as a whistle.
Oh, this is a big 8 ball. Make it 7-4. and she's 2 away from a big title. Miss it. 6-5, and it's back in the balance.
Looks like she's going to play the cut.
Heart of the pocket.
That was big. That was really big.
Never in doubt from Amy Bechum. She is going to take a quick break. Emma Parker left to sit on it. She will have to stew on what Amy Bechum has just left up. A reminder of what we've got coming up for you next weekend. Amy Bechum re-enters the fray. 30 minutes left on the match clock, which is loads of time. We could play all the frames, I think, the way these two are playing. Whether we get to or not is up to them. Emma Parker, first shot in frame 12. Something has to give. Emma got taken out of her rhythm at the start of this match. She started brilliantly, and then Amy hit her with a tidal wave. Remember, it was 3-2 to Emma Parker, and she was by far and away the better player at the start of the match. But then,
it was 3-1.
Sorry, my apologies. Yeah, 3-1 to Emma Parker. This being frame 12 of the next 7 frames. Amy Bechum has won 6 of them. Some turnarounds from champs. I think the speed of which that she turned it around right at the beginning was particularly impressive. The sort of back-to-back dishes, which sort of took her from 3-1 down to kind of 4-2 up. I just feel like at that stage, Emma Parker felt like she was chasing the game. Now, make no mistake, she is definitely chasing the game. Now she's got to.
How'd you like that for a shot?
Well, it's an excellent shot. She's not had much luck
No.
afterwards.
No.
Can she nick off this yellow and keep the cue ball safe?
Yeah, been unlucky there. She was trying to get that as well, but she was half expected to come off the cushion just before it and come right back behind, but caught it thick. And these are the little things you just need to go your way if you're going to win tournaments. It's just escaping Emma at this moment in time, but she's going to battle on. They'd lost a turn there.
It's a brilliant shot.
Yeah, she had no choice. You cannot just leave Amy with that ball over the bag. Yes, I know she's given Amy half a chance. Amy's going to have to play this into the middle first and get the key ball back across, so it's not an easy one.
Yeah, I think Emma's ultimately done everything she could there. Amy gets out from here, I think. You simply just got to say fair play. It's the sort of finish where she maybe could get out from here.
Yeah, but it's not easy because obviously long pot coming now. It's getting on the next ball. If Amy Potts now gets good position, then it's on the hill.
Big shot. Hasn't landed. Needed to hold it,
So
and that was
hard to
why it
hold.
was. Yeah, it's why it made it so difficult.
Thin cut in the middle. Cue right up in the air and try and screw the cue into the bottom rail and hold on the other one at the bottom. Oh, she placed a bump into it. Oh, how well was that played?
That's brilliant.
I'd have been right up in the air with the cue. I wouldn't even thought to try and bump that across there because I wouldn't trust myself to be able to get that right. That was a really, really good shot from Amy.
That's outstanding from Champs.
So, just got to navigate the cue ball around these yellows. And she has.
No problem.
And Amy Bechum is going to get on the hill.
This is as well as she's played all tournament. She was fabulous in her first match. Won that 6-0, blistering standard set, but this has been a different level. She has taken out some massive, massive finishes in this match.
She has indeed. Yeah. I mean, that was that shot there on the second to last red to flick into the other one and set it up. You know, that's pure knowledge of the cannons in the game. You know, that's the likes of the top players see those shots, and that was brilliant.
So Amy Bechum goes to the hill. Excuse me, goes to the hill. 25 minutes for Emma Parker to salvage something. She can win 5 frames in that time. Time won't be the issue.
Frame 13. Emma Parker to break. Trailing 8 frames to 4.
And if that don't sum it up, nowhere near a pocket off that cut break, but to come twice across and then career into that bottom corner. Sometimes you know it's not meant to be your day. Emma Parker's first ultimate pool final as a singles player, reached the mixed pairs final.
And she's been impressive, let's say. She's been absolutely brilliant through the tournament. You know, and she can take a lot out of it.
She's shown she's there. She's shown she's there to win.
She was pure quality in her semi-final. And at the start of this match, she was, you know, when she went 3-1 up, I thought, my word, you know, is this her time? You know, this is it, the breakout.
And there's no shame losing in how she's losing, because Amy Bechum has just turned up and played like a player possessed.
Yeah, so what Emma Parker's done is pull the tiger's tail and say, come on then, and then got that reaction, basically.
That's a really, really good analogy. That's exactly what this final has been like. Big finish for Amy to try and take out Mind, if she is to do it in this frame.
Oh, landed a bit sticky here. She can get the yellow into the left centre, the highest one. Very tough out though from here. So I think there's life in this frame yet.
That hasn't really stopped her in this match though.
Has it been friendly? No, it hasn't. My word, if she had bumped in full ball to that red, she'd have been a perfect angle to go up top and get on the one on the rail.
As it is, she's a little bit nowhere. And Amy Bechum burns her first chance to win the Women's Pro Cup. For Emma Parker, one frame at a time. The closer she can make it, the harder it gets for Amy to win. Can't think big picture, just got to think small. Next ball.
Any more cliches you want to chuck in there, J-Mo, as you're going along?
Maybe one or two.
Good man. Keep it off the rail, Emma. Wants to leave a little bit of angle on that red that's on the left that she'll more than likely play next. Or wants to come up a bit further then. Second prize, in fact that looks better. Can actually pop this and run the cue ball forward to get on the red on the right.
Yeah, I think it's a good shot. But a good line there as well, because if she was far, then she would have still had a way out. It's a nice little clearance this from Emma Parker. Just going to dig this a bit.
Can you hold it nicely? Would you play twice across the table? So pot this, give it a bit of a firm strike and come twice across. She's trying to dig it and hold. Be a little bit careful with this. No, she's played that well. And those have been her signature shots, really, of those delicate
100%
shots into the corners and middles.
Yeah, really agree. It's been noticeable throughout this competition. She's worked these out very nicely.
And this is very good. From 8-4 down, knowing full well every ball you miss is it's end of the tournament.
We will go to another frame. Emma Parker takes it to 8-5. One frame at a time.
Yeah, very clinical there from Emma. Amy. Should be thinking I'm going to get another chance. But who knows? 4 more straight frames required for Emma Parker to lift the title. 1 for Amy Bechum. And Amy is up to break next. It'll be one of her thunderous breaks. Gets 2 or 3 balls, leaves them all open. So a couple of them today. Took some off that one.
She's got a ball though. Look at those reds. Ooh. Look at those reds.
Yeah, the balls are there to win the title.
This is your moment, Amy. This is your moment. A player who's been at this moment so many times in a pretty long career at this point. She's been at the top level from a very young age. So many titles won down the years. Is she about to land another? The way she's been playing, the way these are laid out, this should be Amy Bechum's moment. Is there anything for Emma Parker to cling on to as one last crumb of hope? I'm not sure there is.
A little bit awkward for Amy here, as you can see, having to stretch backwards to make this pot. Oh,
well, here's the crumb of hope.
Ooh.
Is she okay? I think so.
She can definitely see it. The only thing is when she drops this red in, I mean, she's going to play it very, very softly, I think, because she does want to, you know, she's probably going to run into the black ball here and not knock it safe. That's what she does there. See that little flick, but that's okay.
Yeah, it's perfect.
So this into the top right, cue ball right over to the left hand side, and then she'll have last red in the middle, and that's going to be it. And unlucky Emma Parker, she's had a brilliant tournament and she'll be back.
Yeah, 100% she will. Super tournament from Emma Parker, but in the final Amy Bechum was just one bridge too far. Stunning performance from Champs, who takes down the Ultimate Pool Women's Pro Cup with a vintage display in the final. A 9-5 winner over debut finalist Emma Parker. And Amy lifts another Ultimate Pool title, but her first in a little while, since last summer in fact, and I know that will feel particularly sweet. When we come back, we'll do the presentations as Amy Bechum takes down another Ultimate Pool crown.
Introducing the all-new Ultimate Pool Pro 15 pool balls powered by Dynaspheres. The official ball set for all Ultimate Pool tournaments. Unmatched consistency and precision with perfect roll technology. Developed with the best players in the world to elevate their game and your game. Available exclusively in the UK at ultimatepoolshop.com or from your authorised Dynaspheres retailer.
Hi, I'm at work right now, but I've just found out my heating's gone. Any chance you can come over and help?
Consider it done.
Hell, dripping in the kitchen sink, rust on the radiator. Dirty water, cold showers, fix it fast, fix it now. Handy ants are hauling tools. We are the handy ants, heating and plumbing. We are the handy ants, coming for your lease. Always coming for your lease, saving the day. Handy ants, handy ants, handy ants.
Welcome back, everybody. Presentation time in the Ultimate Pool Women's Pro Cup. Before we crown our champion, let's put our hands together for your runner-up. Brilliant all weekend. She's Emma Parker, everybody. Emma, well played. Your first Ultimate Pool final as a singles player, and it couldn't have started any better for you. You must have been on such a high at the opening few frames there.
I think I got too excited. I underhit. I had quite an easy chance to go 4-1. Things changed. Next thing I knew, I was 6-3 down. So that's how good Amy is, and she played unbelievable.
I was going to say, does that make it a little bit sort of easier to take, I guess, when you know you couldn't really have done a huge amount for a lot of that match?
No, I said go and enjoy it. My arm was loose. I went 2-0 up, quite comfortable, and I did really enjoy it. I don't think I did a lot wrong at all. It was a great first final to be a part of, and hopefully not the last.
I very much doubt that. It's been a great run for you, obviously, to the final. Played some great pool, beaten some great players. How much do you now feel that you sort of belong at the back end of these tournaments, and sort of this is now your place to go and win one?
Yeah, I think from the British Open not that long ago, I thought, I could win this. I felt like I was playing really well, and I come into all of these now with belief I can go all the way. So I think that's huge, hopefully I do think I'll win one at some point.
Don't doubt it, mate. Well played this weekend. We'll see you soon. Emma Parker, everybody, your runner-up in the Women's Pro Cup. As for our winner, she is back in the winner's circle. Amy Bechum, everybody. Champs. It's been a little while since we've been able to call you an Ultimate Pool champion. How sweet to finally get one back and start climbing those rankings again.
Yeah, obviously I missed a few when I broke my wrist. I've been away and didn't play great.
in a couple of matches I lost a few weeks ago. So, yeah, relief as much as anything to find some big moments when it matters. There was a lot of rubbish as well, but enough to carry me through, thankfully.
Yeah, and I think you had to play really well in the final. That was the vibe that I got. Obviously, the less said about the semi-final, the better. It was unrecognisable at points, but you won, you got through, did what you needed to do. Did Emma's start almost zone you in a little bit, and you're thinking at that point, well, if I don't turn up here, she's going to steamroll me, because she started like a train.
Yeah, she started really well, and that cut break needs to be banned. But even in the semi-final, I was still thinking I need to wake up a bit here, because Lauren's been playing really well. Was a really good player, so at any point she could have turned on as well. So yeah, I had that feeling that I needed to kind of wake up and click in that. Even through the quarters, the semis didn't feel great, but you managed to find some big moments and a lot of B game that managed to carry me through.
Yeah, I think you bookended the tournament beautifully. You obviously started really, really well. Yeah. But I think when you watch that performance back in the final, you'd be very, very pleased with it. Some brilliant finishes, and it must be nice to win a tournament playing really well as well.
Yeah, I've been saying for a while, my practice game is in a really good place. Despite switching games, it feels like it's starting to come together, and I think hopefully just getting over the line in one tournament can bring back that extra level of confidence that means I can start winning regularly again. Would be nice.
For sure, and a word for your opponent as well. Emma was brilliant throughout this tournament, and nice to see some new faces in Ultimate Pool Finals, been a few this year already. Nature of the players leaving will dictate that a little bit as well, but Emma looks a future star.
Yeah, Emma's a star now, from where she came from when she first started, just obviously coming in with a snooker background, you can see she's put a lot of work in, and I think her game management's getting better. Maybe sometimes a couple of wrong choices in the safety, like when she was 2-0 up, she played a bit of a nothing safety that kind of let me settle in. But I think she's developing an all-round game that makes her even more dangerous, and when she's playing well, she's a match for anybody. Yeah,
and a pretty sweet final to win, not only you playing well, but knowing your opponent's there to play really well if you don't as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought there were a few times when I thought, okay, I'm up now, and maybe she'll feel it a bit, and then out a finish, I think, sort of in the middle when I'd won a few in a row, and then the one to get to 5, where you think it was fighting, because similar for me, when you haven't always got the cue ball, but you find a way to get out, and she was able to do that even when the cue ball wasn't perfect, so I think that's a great sign for her too. For sure, and a brilliant sign for you, mate, to be back in the winner's circle. Let's get you another trophy. Going to bring in TD Scott Price to make the presentations. Let's have a round of applause for your Ultimate Pool Women's Pro Cup winner. She's Amy Bechum. Congratulations to Amy. A great win for her, and she's going to take some lovely photographs as well. Delighted for Amy. Really, really well played to Emma Parker as well. It's been a great tournament this weekend. We hope you've enjoyed it, and don't forget, we've still got loads coming up with Ultimate Pool YouTube Live members beginning next weekend.